Hello and welcome to the Repton Sports Centre in Derby for live coverage today of 3 National Futsal Series encounters. Up first we have Manchester, who take on York. I'm Isaac Barrington here in position to take you through what should hopefully be yet another exciting day of action ahead. Later on we'll see Derby face the reigning champions Bloomsbury, and we'll also bring you a Tier 2 game between Manchester B and Tier 2 North League leaders East Riding. But for now, all eyes on this contest then, as Manchester go in search of the 3 points which would keep tabs on the top of the Tier 1 table today. Big favourites going into the game, of course, Manchester. Flying high in Tier 1 so far this season. In York, well, it's been quite the contrasting campaign for them so far. Rock bottom of the league table. How they would desperately love to pick up at least a point here, but against the odds this afternoon. Well, I'll run you through the 2 team squads then. We'll wait to see the starting 5s for both teams, but the squads as they are read. For Manchester, they have goalkeepers Kai Bone and Jans Krumins, and then the outcourt options of Matthew Barton, Jan Myveld, Fabrizio da Silva, Jake Barnes, Jeff Adubafor, Matthew Barber, who is playing against his former team today, in actual fact, having left York for Manchester, so a little bit of an interesting dynamic to that one. Jordan Edge, Thomas Unaitovich, Selim Karimi, Rafe Barber and Scott Thompson make up the rest of the Manchester squad. Sam Richardson, of course, is the man in charge of this Manchester team, and it's Junior Roberti in the opposite technical area. They have Dylan Tasker back in goal today. Also Jack Riley, who I think is starting on the bench, and then William Flatt, Ramiro Monge, Henry Teggett-Meyer, Joe Eagledon, Lewis Marshall back from injury, Jake Ackroyd, Ben Roper, Evan Sainty and Diogo da Silva. As it looks as though it's going to be Manchester then in their royal blue to get this game off and underway. York, of course, in the red and black. Manchester will be kicking from left to right as we look at things from our camera position here at the Repton Sports Centre. So Jake Barnes standing over that kickoff indeed takes it, and we are underway. Before trying to find captain Jordan Edge. So the starting 5s then, as they seem. For York, Dylan Tasker is in goal. William Flatt, Ramiro Monge, Henry Teggett-Meyer and Joe Eagledon seem to be the starting 5 there for York. For Manchester, well, they have Kai Bone in goal, Scott Thompson, Jordan Edge, Jeff Adubafor and Jake Barnes as their starting lineup. Manchester currently second in the table. Bloomsbury, the reigning champions, only above them by way of goal difference. Barnes there with his toe in on Teggett-Meyer. The referee though on the far side, Peter Nurse, blowing the whistle for the game's first foul. York get the game restarted with that free kick. Bit of a needless one to give away with the foul count in mind. Here's Jordan Edge with the captain's armband on for Manchester, trying to weave a route through there, the York defence. Might the Vikings have the opportunity to break here? It's Flatt. Monge back to William Flatt. It's just gone out of play though, as Monge was able to prevent the ball from crossing the line. But I think it's those sorts of moments that York will try to pounce upon on the transitional moments going forwards. If they are to enjoy any success in the game today, they'll need to be clinical in those situations. Thompson under pressure from Monge, but Manchester keep the ball. Long diagonal, it's a nice one to find Thompson there. Changing the angle and getting the shot away as well, but it's held on too well by Tasker. He's a goalkeeper who seemingly departed the scene somewhat for York, but back in the squad today and back in the starting lineup as well, with Jack Riley on the bench. Here's Edge, blocked away though by Eagledon. Johnny Weng, of course, a goalkeeper who we regularly see for York, but he's not involved in today's squad. Edge places the ball on the line. Barnes steps onto that one. Nobody at the second post area. It's allowed to run all the way through. Eagledon in search of Flatt. Thompson's there, though, on hand for Manchester. Now Edge, not quite on the same page as the do before. First 90 seconds played, it's started relatively slowly, really. Take it Meyer again in search of Flat. He seems to be playing as the furthest man forward for York at the moment. Thompson. Again, maybe a moment for York to break away on the counter-attack, and Monge not too far away from finding that bottom corner, and I think he perhaps had in the back of his mind the fact that Flat was arriving at that same area as well. Again, it's another example of that transitional moment going forwards for York. Somewhat under pressure as well, aren't they now, York, having moved to the bottom of the table after Wessex won last week. It's all, of course, in the battle for survival. Here's Monge, he's robbed Edge of possession. Monge, Bone with the stop, and that's the game's first big, real opportunity. But the Manchester goalkeeper stands firm to it. It was Edge who made the mistake, but plays that ball through to a do before, and Barnes squanders the opportunity for Manchester. Well, chances at either end there. Monge first denied by Bone, and then Barnes unable to hit the target. Two big chances. Unlike Jordan Edge, really, to be giving the ball away in a situation like that, but can't afford to do so. Jan Myveld on for Manchester as they make their first change. Edge with the long diagonal, also in search of Thomas and Knightovich, likewise onto court. Here's Myveld, formerly of Loughborough Students, of course. Had a really successful campaign with them a couple of seasons back. Knightovich across to Thompson. And it's comfortable possession now for Manchester with Diogo da Silva on for York as well, formerly of Bloomsbury. Edge might be in here, Edge is in, and Jordan Edge scores. Well, rounding the goalkeeper, and the simplest of finishes in the end for the Manchester captain. Having made the error just a minute ago to present the chance to York, which wasn't taken, he takes his opportunity, and Manchester are a goal to the good. York might feel a little bit hard done by that goal's come at the time it has, because Manchester haven't really been threatening on the Dylan Tasker goal. But Jordan Edge composed when the opportunity came his way. It's the northern side who lead. De Silva with the touch on it there. I think they were asking for handball, Manchester, but still with possession, and wasn't any indication of an advantage. Taken down nicely there too, and Manchester might just settle down somewhat. Given that they now are a goal up. These two teams, of course, have already met this season in the reverse fixture. Manchester won on that particular day by 8-4. Actually also beat the Vikings 11-1 in a League Cup game earlier this season as well. So just goes to illustrate the fact that Manchester are heavy favourites going into this one. They are a goal up. Here's Salim Karimi. Karimi again, trying to find the long diagonal ball. Does well there, actually, to find a Knightovich. Might break from Myveld. Well defended in the end, and York have possession back. Just trying to calm the game down a little bit after that hectic moment. Monge with the long diagonal pass into the path of the onrushing Ben Roper. His touch sees it over the line. 1-0 to Manchester then, with nearly 5 minutes gone. Jordan Edge, the man with the crucial goal so far. It's worth noting as well, of course, that York have lost a couple of players recently in this January transfer window. None of less significance than Matthew Barber, who lines up against them today, of course, but also Mikey Bulmer, who's returned back to Bolton. trying to press high into the attacking half here, York, but being played through at this stage. Here's Myval with space to advance into here, Myval. Look for all the world as though it might just run into the path of Salim Karimi for the tap in at the back post, but just behind his path in the end. Manchester likewise in a similar fashion trying to press high up the court. De Silva not able to control that wayward ball. Barnes, the shooter again from that kick-in. It comes off De Silva. Will be another Manchester set play. Barnes trying to catch the York defence off guard, perhaps with a more direct delivery into a central position. Barnes taking the kick in that time rather than being the shooting option. Here's a do before as Manchester just play out and maintain possession. Anitovic. Back to Barnes again. Formerly of the Manchester B team, of course, who I mentioned earlier we'll see in action later today, but very much a mainstay in the first team squad nowadays, Jake Barnes. Anitovic on court at the moment as well. Same could be said for him. Karimi. Here is Anitovic. Barnes doing well to hold off the defensive pressure. This is more like what we were accustomed to see from Manchester as Barnes goes through there, collides with Tasker, and the decision goes against Manchester, despite the fact that I think Barnes got a toe to the ball. It will be a York free kick there for the challenge on Dylan Tasker in the York net. Barnes will feel it's a bit of a harsh one, but it was a hefty collision and takes Manchester onto 2 fouls, so they just need to be wary of that perhaps, as we know how quickly that foul count can sometimes tally up. Here's the goal scorer Edge, again looking to employ the long diagonal, finding a do before. Edge back to a do before again. Continuing to change the angles and work the space. Here's Salim Karimi! And that time Tasker is helpless. Karimi into the back of the net, he sent it. And Manchester double their advantage. Lovely, well-worked goal. They kept the ball for quite some time there, Manchester. And when it was sent the way of Salim Karimi, he never looked likely to miss, really. 2 goals to the good. And that now really is a settler for Sam Richardson's side. Not the start to the game that York wanted. Now the onus on the visitors to respond. First sign of either goalkeeper coming out to add to the in-possession play as Dylan Tasker there made his way up towards halfway, but without actually passing the halfway line. And I think there's going to be a timeout here. Indeed, York taking a relatively early opportunity, really, with what they're about 7 minutes played to take this timeout minute, having handed in their timeout card. So Junior Roberti clearly of the agreeing opinion that there's problems to solve here for York. Manchester will feel calm and comfortable with the situation that they've put themselves in. 2 goals to the good. Jordan Edge with the first, but let's not forget the opportunity that he afforded the way of Ramiro Monge, and the relatively simple save it was really in the end, wasn't it, for Bone? I think he'll be disappointed there, Monge, that it didn't make the goalkeeper at least make a better quality save. But Edge it was who got the game's first goal, and Karimi with the second just a couple of minutes ago. Means that Manchester are 2 goals up. Coming into this game, Manchester off the back of a good victory last time out as well in the game against Bolton. 4-1, that one finished. York, on the other hand, actually having suffered successive 7-0 back-to-back defeats against the aforementioned Bolton and Bloomsbury, so it's quite the contrast in forms for the two teams ahead of the game. And playing out on court at the moment as well, probably the way that we expected, really. Edge over the top for Thompson. Tasker just got his body in the way and was able to shepherd the ball out. De Silva took a deflection on its route through, but Manchester have the ball anyhow. Thompson for Edge. Edge skillful as he tried to improvise, but only gets the kick in, takes it quickly. Only presenting possession back to De Silva. No luck for Jake Ackroyd as he tried to go down the line and beat Myval. Thompson. And here is Myval for Manchester. Dubois skips past the first challenge as he seemingly so often does. Going to be brought back for the foul on Jeffrey Dubois there. I think the referee with the intention of playing an advantage to begin with, but brought back for that foul. Manchester will have their first free kick of the game. Dubois happy to just play that one back to Thompson. Then with the lateral movement across from left to right, Dubois trying to sneak in behind. So much quality throughout this Manchester squad, of course, with strength and depth as well, which I'm sure we'll see as the game continues. Edge fires that one in. Tasker able to get an all-important right hand to it, though. Myval on corner taking duties from the far side this time. Edge. Again with that movement cross court. After taking the initial set play there that time, Jan Myval, but disrupted in any potential progress. Nice venue this, of course, at the Repton Sports Centre. Venue which has recently been regularly used for the TNT Sports occasions as well. Manchester having adopted this venue as their home for this weekend. Usually play at the National Cycling Centre, of course. Edge collecting possession again. Referee just wary of a bit of a coming together off the ball there, but the game was allowed to continue. Dubois. Thompson. Myval finding a Dubois in a more central area. All the possession is Manchester's now. Certainly started more evenly than this, but Manchester, really after that first goal, have fully taken control. Thompson. Off Ackroyd for the corner. Manchester will make their latest string of changes. Silva past Thompson, then can't find anybody in red though. Nearly a quarter of the game played now, approaching the midway point of this first half. Barnes driving forwards, but De Silva came across quickly to him. Ackroyd taking the chance to sneak a substitution on a defensive set play as Henry Tegetmeier is back on. Again, Manchester trying to exploit the more central area of the penalty area in that set-piece situation, but they haven't really worked out for them so far, these set plays for Manchester. I'm sure they'll continue to probe in doing so, but on occasions they've been happy to just play out and keep the ball, and prime example of it there, Manchester happy to just maintain possession and force York to work hard without the ball again, but Edge, not for the first time, just a little bit sloppy at the back of the court. Less so on that occasion, as it was just the ricochet more than anything else off Eggleton. Edge going long despite the fact that Bone had come out of goal. Eggleton against Sinajtovic, but York with the ball. Certainly finding it more difficult, aren't they, though, even in those moments, even if they are few and far between, and they have possession in their own half of the court to actually make anything of it. It's these sorts of moments that are perhaps more promising for York. Eggleton. Edge with a good defensive block that time. Take it, Maya. Monge. It's a rare York set piece high up the court. Sometimes maybe it does just take a string of set pieces like this, if they can work it right, to maybe find a goal to get them back into the game. Not that time, as it was a comfortable save for the Manchester shot stopper. Earlier this season, of course, Miles Chadwick we regularly saw in goal for Manchester alongside Bone, those two having to share the #1 shirt, really, but Bone played the whole game last week, and it looks likely he'll play the whole game here this week as well. Do have Jans Krumins, but he usually remains on the substitutes bench, but for an injury or the like. Barnes to Sinajtovic, but he's held up and dispossessed. Barnes then recovers well for his teammates in winning it back through Eggleton's legs, but no foul, says the referee. Monge gets the shot away, and that's a brilliant strike. And well, York are right back into this one. No saving that, right into the top corner. Seemed to pull the trigger as well, as he somewhat had the ball stuck beneath his feet there, Ramiro Monge, but an excellent goal. York halving the deficit, it's 2-1. And might that just give them the lift and inspiration that they need now to go on and progress from here. Brilliant goal. Monge had that chance earlier, remember, and I said he might have been disappointed not to make better of it, but it's on some way to making amends for that with a strike just there. Manchester looking to restore control. Ben Roper there, the number 15 for York, just anticipating where the pass from Edge was going. Eggleton. On the diagonal to find Roper, but it's just crossed the line. Pleading his case there, I think, Ben Roper, but the referee was well positioned to make the call. Karimi. Long diagonal finds its route through. Dubafore is pleading for it. But Tasker's in the way. Sinajtovic maybe just stalled a little bit in getting the pass away, was maybe causing two minds as to whether to shoot or pass. Dubafore looked to foul. It was a foul. Advantage played. That's another foul. I would suggest there's 2 fouls to be added to the count, but we'll see if the referees are lenient in only adding the 1. Yeah, I think it's going to be brought back for the first foul, isn't it? Okay, so deeming the second one not a foul, but no advantage as a result of that, so it's brought back for the free kick and moves York onto, well, 2 each on the foul count now. Do before. Wiggledon pressing high again and forcing the mistake from his opposite number there, Scott Thompson, the two number 18s. But again, Manchester just getting a little bit fortunate with that. Myval, Thompson, a do before here to the right. Just over 7 minutes to play. Manchester leading by 2-1. With York having half the deficit through that Ramiro Monge goal. Certainly not 5 metres away there was Lewis Marshall, and just being told that by match official on the far side. Do before onto it now as the wall did eventually retreat. I think the last touch came off Karimi actually with the deflection behind, hence the goal clearance. Monge. Manchester ball. Thereabouts the halfway line. York, remember, used their timeout with around 7 minutes gone in this first half, so they don't have that option, but really I don't think they would be looking to use a timeout anyhow here. Karimi across, and Thompson, well, squanders the chance over the bar on his less favoured left, and it was just a little bit behind where he perhaps would have ideally liked it played as well. A little bit of leeway for that, but it's another big chance, isn't it? An opportunity for Manchester to restore their once intact, but no longer intact, 2-goal lead. Stays with just the 1 goal margin of an advantage at the moment. Monge toying there with Thompson. Monge goes on as well. Somehow they found a route through there, York. A little bit wild with the final effort on that occasion, went for power rather than placement. 3 chances though that Ramiro Monge has had now. 3 shots on goal. Is, well, put that one wide, forced a save from Bone on the first occasion and scored with the one in between. The do before, well challenged though by Monge. And his latest stint on court is complete. Diogo da Silva returns. Do before. Manchester trying to work something by using Thompson down the line on that occasion. It does feel as though Manchester have restored the element of control that they maybe lost when Monge found the net, albeit, having said that, I think the Vikings goal did really come against the run of play anyway. Do before. Oh, it's against the top of the crossbar. Just skims the woodwork. Goalkeeper helped it on its route through as well by the looks of things. It will be a corner. Definitely took a nick off the top of the bar as well before going out and behind. That one's always rising. Not the contact that Jan Myval was looking for. Taking Maya past the first challenge, but running out of room. 5.5 minutes to play. And the first game of 3 to bring you today at the Repton Sports Centre in Derby. Myval rounding the goalkeeper into the box, finding a do before. But Manchester not turning the opportunity into a goal. And, well, we saw Jordan Edge go past Dylan Tasker in the York goal for the first Manchester strike earlier. Myval trying to repeat the trick there, but not with the same success. It's against the post though, and very nearly did succeed with the cannon of an effort in the follow-up from the resulting set piece. Bone trying to keep the ball in play, and Tegitmeyer told to leave the ball by his teammates as just affords York more time to set up for this set play, but that's twice now that Manchester have hit the woodwork. Tegitmeyer changing the angle. De Silva close to finding Ackroyd, but not close enough. Edge does find Thompson. Change the angle back onto his favoured right when perhaps the space was there to attack to his left. And the last touch off Thompson means it's a York kick it. Just the 4 fouls in this first half split evenly, so it's unlikely that we're going to threaten a 6th foul for either team and a 10-metre penalty. Here's Myveld. Back to Jan Myveld again, but that's a brilliant piece of defending from Ackroyd to slide in and get to that. Now Marshall. Did Bone touch that is the question. Marshall will appeal for it. The referee will not answer those York appeals. Manchester quickly get us going again. Edge. I feel as though Manchester will want another goal before half-time. Of course, they'll be content with any advantage going into the break, but just the pattern of the game so far and the overall dominance that they've had on the game. I think they'll be slightly disappointed, perhaps, if it's only 2-1 at the break, but still 4 minutes for the scoreline to change. Bad challenge from De Silva. I wouldn't be surprised if there's subsequent punishment as well there for Diogo De Silva if the referee brings out the yellow card, or just a little bit lenient perhaps there. Andy Moncur, the near side official there, just keeping his card in his pocket, but I think a stern warning there for De Silva. Barnes, through the legs of the goalkeeper, and Manchester are 2 goals back to the good. He'll be disappointed not to keep that one out there, Dylan Tasker, but Manchester won't mind at all about that. Snapshot maybe caught the keeper off guard as well. And well, it's 3 goals for Manchester now and 3 different scorers. Barnes the latest. Manchester 3, York 1. And that now will be a more comfortable scoreline for Manchester, and perhaps they'll feel more reflective of this first half overall. Of course, you're not going to score every chance that you get in a game, and certainly not when you create so many chances as Manchester so often do, but it had just been the 1 goal margin going into half-time, and of course there's still time for it to be if York were to score before the break, but it looks improbable. Manchester now back with their 2-goal advantage, and they'll feel comfortable with that. Flatt has given it away to the latest scorer, Barnes, who centres the chance again. Tasker able to save that time, though. Was unselfish there, Barnes, in while he's won it back again. Here, Barnes to Edge. It's a great stop from Tasker, and it just trickles out of play for the corner. And if he was disappointed not to save the latest goal, well, there's another opportunity as De Silva puts it behind for the corner. It's all action. And Tasker was disappointed to not keep the earlier Jake Barnes strike out when he's gone some way to making amends with the 2 saves in quick succession there. Barnes again influential. De Silva then in the aftermath a little bit fortunate not to turn into his own net perhaps. York riding their luck a little bit. And suddenly it feels important, doesn't it, for York that they don't concede again before half-time. 4-1 will probably feel a whole lot different to 3-1 for them. Still sense they'll feel they're in the game 2 goals down. If they go 3 goals down before half-time, then it might be a slightly different picture. York just dropping off a little bit more perhaps than they were at the start of the game too. Still in play there. Lewis Marshall's done well to keep the ball in Ackroyd trying to find Marshall, who did have a bit of room. Right idea, I think, with the intention to play the pass back to Marshall, but just not quite the execution. Manchester defender in the way. 2.5 minutes till half-time. Game 1 of 3 today at the Repton Sports Centre. We're live for you throughout the afternoon on the National Football Series YouTube channel. Iggledon goes to ground, but I think was looking to try to buy the free kick more than anything else. Here's a Knightovich now. Back across towards Edge. The Silver did enough to disrupt, and York momentarily at least had it back, but no longer. I think half-time will come as a welcome break, really, for York if they are to get through to the midway point at 3-1. Somewhat damage limitation it feels, doesn't it, now for them before half-time, I think. Knightovich past Tasker again, who's right to the edge of the penalty area to meet him. Did enough there, though, the goalkeeper. Edge on the turn, and Manchester do indeed get themselves another goal before the break. Jordan Edge has his second. Trademark turn and finish. It's Manchester 4, York 1. And now perhaps they're threatening to run away with it. York got themselves back into the game when Monge found the net for 2-1, but since then Manchester have had it their way. And 4-1, probably really a fair reflection of this first half, I should say. So many chances that Manchester have created, taken 4 of them. Here's Monge, though, down the other end for York. Rupert not quite able to keep it in. Interesting that Matthew Barber's being held back in this first half. Hasn't been on court yet for Manchester against his former team. Now York would love to have him still as an option from their substitute bench, but he's sat amongst the subs. The Manchester bench at the moment. Thompson trying the audacious. Roper. Manchester scenting the chance perhaps to win the ball off York in their own half again. That's exactly how it's played out. Karimi the man to win it. Karimi then goes down. The call from the inside official was for Manchester to play on. Myval. Thompson back to a Dubaful. Just out of play with the slightly wayward ball from Myval. Tasker very nearly playing himself into a bit of trouble there. Manchester always so quick on pouncing on any error like that. They sniff the moment to win the ball back. They certainly be right on top of you to do so. Here's Thompson. That moment just went away. Thought for a second he might have the opportunity to get the shot away on goal as well. 11 seconds, so they're going to have to be quick here, Manchester, if they are to indeed get another shot in before half-time. Seems as though 4-1 is going to be the half-time score then. 2 goals for Jordan Edge. Karimi and Barnes scoring for Manchester in between those 2 Edge goals as well. Ramiro Monge with the only York goal in this first half. Had 3 chances, took 1 of them, but ultimately they really have been York's only chances, whereas Manchester have had a plethora in front of goal. Taken 4 of them. York with it all to do if they are to get back into this in the second half. But Manchester, if they weren't already firm favourites before the game, well, they certainly are now. The half-time score here in game 1 of 3 today at the Repton Sports Centre. It's there for you. Manchester 4, York 1. Welcome back then for the second half of this National Futsal Series men's Tier 1 clash at the Repton Sports Centre, where at half-time, as you can see there, it's Manchester 4, York Vikings 1 at the midway point. So Jordan Edge with the opening goal. Salim Karimi got the second before Ramiro Monge pulled one back for York to make it 2-1 at that stage, but then goals from Jake Barnes and again skipper Jordan Edge means that at the midway point Manchester are 3 goals to the good. I mentioned earlier the reverse fixture in the league between these two earlier this campaign. Manchester won that one 8-4, but interestingly, at half-time in that game, York were 3-1 up. And Manchester came back in the second half, while York would love a similar comeback in the second period here, but I feel really that if they were to get anything from this game today, probably beforehand in the game plan, it would have been that they'd have to get themselves in front and then make Manchester again chase them down. It's going to be the other way around if York are to, as I say, pick up any points. Manchester attacking the goal to the left in this second half then, of course. I'll be hoping that's where the goal-scoring action is in this second period. Still to come today for you, Derby up against Bloomsbury. That one's scheduled for a 2:30 kick-off time, so relatively quick turnaround after this game. And then at 5:25, Manchester's B team in action against Tier 2 North League leaders. He's riding his edge forward for Manchester. It's a good save there for Tasker. Barnes wanting that one back, might still get it back there on the turn. Try to turn away from Tegetmeier, and it will be the foul and free kick, which goes the way of York. Barnes is being spoken to here. I think it's abundantly clear what the message is there from referee Peter Nurse. No more for Jake Barnes, else he will be cautioned. Nobody booked in that first half. I think Diogo da Silva came closest, as he was also sternly warned. A do before. Jake Barnes, it looks as though has perhaps sensibly just been replaced after that talking to from the referee. Here's a do before, offloading to the left, back to a do before. The York goalkeeper in the way. Nice 1-2 there between a do before and Thompson. It was the latter who played the pass back across. Edge to take this corner then. Sends it all the way through. And Najtovic must be wondering how that was taken out of his path. Slightest of touches from the defender. The reason as to why, but it was very close to reaching him. York goalkeeper who is Jack Riley in the second half, I beg your pardon. Dylan Tasker having been replaced at the midway point. So Riley on, Tasker off at half-time. So Riley it was with that save just a minute or two ago. Monge under intense pressure, but he's done well that time. Has it back here as well, Ramiro Monge. I imagine he'll be the man that York will turn to in this second half, really. Seems to be their most influential and creative spark, certainly in an offensive sense. Bonus forwards, Edge is taking a risk. It's a risk which ultimately dwindles out in its conclusion. Edge back to a do before. Thompson. Do before all the way back for a Najtovic, and nobody there to make contact on its route through. 2 minutes gone since half-time, still as we were at the break. Manchester have started the second half in similar fashion to how they played out the large majority of the first period, as the handball there is given against the do-before. Edge with it again. Two defenders in red were close by though, and Monge has just gone to apologise for the clearance away, which cannon the ball into our timekeeper, our home team timekeeper today. No third official, so you can see two Manchester representatives there taking on the role of timekeeper at the referee's desk. Purely accidental, I think, on the clearance from Monge, certainly nothing intentional. Edge up against De Silva. Do-before back to Thompson. Manchester changing the angles again. Thompson with the effort again. And that time, well, nothing that Riley could do to keep it out. Scott Thompson, who was influential in creating the chance, the man who fired home at the end of it. It's another Manchester goal. It's taken, what, just 3 minutes for it to come after half-time. Scott Thompson, the latest Manchester scorer. It's another tough one to take that for York, who would have been looking to reset really at half-time and start this second half in a more positive way. It's not played out like that. Myveld. Thompson. Now we do before. Back to Myveld again. Ball speed always good for Manchester in maintaining the intensity in possession as well. Always intense out of possession with their high press, full court press as it's so often, but intense in possession as well, as a do-before plays it across, and Myveld is denied by, I think, the outside of the post. De Silva maybe just doing enough to put him off, but Myveld with his head in his hands after missing that one against the outside of the post. A do-before did really well again, this time on the near side on the left. Could so easily have been 6-1 there. Take it Meyer back to Eagledon as York get a moment's defensive respite, but not for long. Do-before is looking to spring an attack again there. Myveld, do-before still high up the court, right with the save, as Myveld opted to pull the trigger. Perhaps still a little bit frustrated, having not scored at the easier opportunity really last time. There, Jan Myveld, so for goal from further out. Do-before to be able to keep that in play. Marshall, loose pass from the York number 7. Eagledon with Riley forward here for York, and over halfway as well. Riley picks a long diagonal. Nice ball, nice skill. What a goal that would have been from Lewis Marshall. goalkeeper Riley did superbly well, and two youngsters there from the York Academy setup. One in the game where the pleasing moments have been difficult to come by for York. That certainly would have been one. Excellent control, wasn't it, from Marshall, and certainly made good enough connection on the strike as well, but it was just blocked before reaching goal. De Silva. Nickeldon across to Riley. Forward to Marshall again. Much better that from York. And they've actually enjoyed a positive spell there whilst bringing the goalkeeper forward. So I presume that was something that they'll try to continue with. Right on cue, Riley starting that attack. Seems to have a little bit of a new lease of life about them at the moment, York. Which is positive, I'm sure, for Junior Roberti on the touchline. Edge though. Ackroyd in the way. Barnes. Blocked by Marshall that time. Myvald. Under pressure from Ackroyd. Is it too intense pressure? The referee says no. Happy with the challenge. Here's Edge. Myvald collecting. Karimi into Barnes. On his left and forces the save at the near post there for Riley. Will be the corner to follow. Riley palming that one away. Eagleton will look to try to set himself away and set the counter-attack alight, but Ackroyd was dispossessed by Edge, and there's an overload here for Manchester. Barnes all the way across, and Manchester score again. And it's Matthew Barton just on there for Manchester. And you can see what it means to him to score. Barton with the finish at the second post, sliding in. And sliding the ball home into the empty net. Bone forward there as well, the Manchester goalkeeper, to join in with the celebrations. It's 6 goals for Manchester now. And it's kind of time where York were actually improving in the game as well. Ryder with the miscontrol that time, and Manchester play out with the kick in. So Manchester 6, York 1. It might get better here for Manchester as well. Really well done. And Thompson provides the finish that time. But how about the assist there from Jake Barnes to lay it on a plate for his teammates. Still needed finishing off, but pure quality to deceive the goalkeeper as well there, Barnes, in providing the assist for Thompson. York call the timeout, but Manchester really showing us some of their best stuff now. Playing with a freedom and an enjoyment that is clear to see. It's the second goal of the game for Thompson. Adding Manchester's 7th after he got the 3rd before half-time as well. 2 for Thompson now alongside Edge's brace. Barnes has 1, Karimi 1 as well. And of course the Matthew Barton goal that we saw just prior to that Scott Thompson strike 2. That makes up the Manchester 7. And you kind of fear now, don't you, for York as well, with still such a substantial period left to play. They've actually called their timeout at an extremely similar time to what we saw from them in the first half, but I'm not sure whether that timeout card had already been handed in or if it was a bit of a knee-jerk reaction from Junior Roberti and the York bench, having conceded twice in quick succession there. Just wonder whether now the opportunity might be on the horizon for Manchester to get some of their, I was going to say lesser used players today, but haven't actually been used at all in Rafe Barber and Matthew Barber as well, and Fabrizio Da Silva too. I wonder if there's a thought in the back of the mind of Ilya Ovechkin on the sideline there for Manchester of playing those three later in the B team game against East Riding and holding them in reserve for this one. On the other hand, on the other side of the coin, it's valuable Tier 1 experience if he brings them on here. Barton is on, amongst the goals of course. Yeah, they've got Barton, Barnes and two Barbers in the squad today, Manchester. Back into the pattern of attack against defence. Edge. Brilliant goal. What a way to complete his hat-trick. Jordan Edge completely sold Da Silva to work the shooting chance. And the finish wasn't half bad either. Brilliant strike. Manchester 8-1 to the good now. They're threatening double figures really with 12 minutes still on the clock. Edge, the first man to get his hat-trick, and I say the first man because Thompson's only one away as well, and with the frequency at which now Manchester are not only creating chances but scoring goals. Still time in the game for more of the boys in blue to get their hat-trick as well. Eagledon. Riley will come forwards again, and we'll see if York can enjoy the same sort of promising signs that they did with the fly goalkeeper tactic just prior to the Manchester goal, which has led to the following two, really. A reminder that it was 8-4 to Manchester the last time these two teams met in the league. Mentioned earlier as well that Manchester won 11-1 in the League Cup game. It seems to be more likely to the latter scoreline than the former, really. What we've seen so far today is the referee plays the advantage into the penalty area. The foul was outside the penalty area, hence the advantage. Riley forward here. Good challenge though, is it? No, they're out to continue through actually. Oh, Karimi had got to the ball, but actually broke away from Fabrizio Da Silva, it was, I beg your pardon. So Da Silva on now for Manchester. He went sliding in there. Da Silva's to the right, and he's free here, Da Silva. It's kept out, is it? Looks over the line, was it? The referee says no, and play on. Thompson, blocked by Flat. Well placed there to make the call was Peter Nurse. I thought, to begin with, it looked as though the ball had crossed the line. Of course, the entire ball needs to be over the line and from above, from a bird's eye view really as well, so sometimes deceptive with camera angles, and well, he was right on the line, wasn't he? Looking right across at it. I think you have to give the referee the credit for being able to make a call like that. We won't get the benefits of a replay today, unfortunately, but not that it's really going to matter in terms of the overall result anyway. But Manchester still determined to add more goals, but denied on that occasion. Literally couldn't have come any closer though. Monch inviting the pressure from Da Silva. York will this time try to play through. Weren't really succeeding with this in the first half. We'll see if they can do any better here. Eagledon in the end just forced to reset long. Well, it's better than giving the ball away in your own half of the court, and quarter of the court really, I suppose. But for Manchester, it's just another way of winning the ball back, isn't it? Forcing the long ball like that. I do before. There's Thompson. blocked by Monge that time. Kai Bone in the Manchester goal has been a bit of a spectator really in the second half in particular. Made that one save right at the start of the game to deny Ramiro Monge when he went through one-on-one after the Jordan Edge mistake. Other than that, really, I can't think to too many saves that Bone has had to make. Nothing he could do to keep the goal out. Foul given, it's a soft one to give away, and you can see the reaction there from the two Manchester players in to the camera, and Anaitovic to the right and Adubafo to the left. We're both disappointed with the award of the free kick, I think more so because it moves Manchester onto 3 fouls and the fact it is a needless free kick to give away. Anaitovic winning it back, and again the foul is given. It's soft again. Whether there's enough contact for a foul or not is debatable. Anaitovic, with those 2 fouls in quick succession though, is replaced, and Manchester now somewhat needlessly onto 4 fouls. They will argue that they weren't fouls, so they've done nothing wrong. Still just asking the question, I think, as to how it's being given as a free kick there, but certainly the opportunity was given, wasn't it, for the referee to blow the whistle, made the referee make a decision, and in that sense it's needless for Manchester to be so physical in their press like that, but they're never going to change, are they? They're going to carry on in this game, keep the standards high, exactly how they would be playing if it was a cup final or the playoff final at the end of the season, I think. It's a testament to their quality and their attitude as well, though. Handball means it's a Manchester free kick this time. I'm surprised how often you see that happen when the foul count's really low in the game and suddenly you've got 2-3 fouls like that, one after the other. Adubafo trying to work the shooting angle, sets it for Barnes. No way past though. Well, it's 8 for Manchester. It could be 10 with the goal which was denied, as it was adjudged to have just about not crossed the line, and then the foul which was given to ultimately rule out the what would have been an Anaitovic empty net goal there. You wouldn't bet against Manchester going on to make it double figures in the 8 minutes that remain, would you really? Monge sees that one blocked. Riley got himself in a little bit of trouble there. Karimi just lofting that one over Roper. They're given away though. Take it Meyer trying to pounce on it. Adubafo. Myval. Manchester flooding forward with numbers again. Manchester forced wide though with Myval into a wide left area. Set short for Adubafo. Did touch Myval, but after it had crossed the line. Myval away from Monge, but out of play that time. Derby Bloomsbury up next then. 2:30 the kick-off time for that one. It's a game with a similar dynamic to this one really, in the way that there's a clear favourite in Bloomsbury for that game. Some weeks you'll get clashes between the top 4, those likely to be in the playoffs at the end of the season, and others you'll find the fixtures lie with clear favourites in the games. Manchester forced to retreat as the goalkeeper is forwards again. I'm sure they'll be sensing the opportunity, though, perhaps to take advantage of the empty net with any mistakes that York do make in possession, leaving the net unguarded. Monch, blocked by Barnes. Bone maybe thought about it. Took a little bit of time to get back to his feet, though, and in the end sensibly just sees his team keep possession. Do before. Good save from Riley. The header back there for Barnes, who puts it in. Improvised finish with his back to goal, but it didn't matter there for Barnes. Riley clearly frustrated because the first save was brilliant to deny a do before. Nothing he could do, though, to keep the second shot out. That's a good finish from Barnes. Manchester 9, York 1 now. Thompson with the kick in. 5 goals they've scored since half-time. De Silva, the controller at the back of the court in the fly goalkeeper setup. All given away. Barton tried to change the angle before shooting. Back to Diogo De Silva, who's a recent addition to York from Bloomsbury and an experienced head in this Vikings squad now, but he hasn't been enough of a help today for them to prevent the landslide scoreline. Diogo De Silva just going to retrieve the ball, not to be confused, of course, with Fabrizio De Silva of Manchester, his namesake in the two squads. First pass really there was too far ahead of Tegetmeier. Barton. Edge trying to feed it back down the line to the onrushing Barton, but that was blocked. Anajtovic just clipped and fouled by Roper. Central free kick then here for Manchester. Are missing a couple today as well, it's worth noting. Manchester, who perhaps would have been eyeing up a free kick there in that scenario. Danny Stapleton, we know, have an absolute rocket of a shot. He's not involved today, and you might have noticed there's no Reducio King as well. Hasn't caused him too many problems, though, has it really? Missing a couple of regular first-teamers. Tegetmeier concedes the corner. Barton nicely worked from that set piece, but it doesn't come to anything in the end. De Silva did well under pressure. Riley likewise, back to De Silva. Into the final 5 minutes before this Manchester victory will be confirmed, and they'll be heading to the top of the table at least until the Bloomsbury game, which will follow. They'll be hoping that perhaps Derby can do them a favour in taking points off the reigning champions to see Manchester stay at the top of the league. behind only on goal difference at the moment, and maybe that's a factor in why they want to continue racking up the goals here as well. No foul, says the referee there. Look to foul. Edge finds the corner, and Manchester take full advantage. Allowed to continue, and Jordan Edge composed in front of goal. Manchester have hit York for 10. Still complaining there, pleading the case about the decision which wasn't forthcoming for York. But it's 10-1 now, and Jordan Edge, the skipper, has 4 of them. Thompson bounces off Edge and out of play. Closing in now, aren't they, on the same scoreline that saw them win the cup game earlier this campaign in this same fixture, Manchester. De Silva, loose control. Edge, and it's a long-range strike for goal, but it's well blocked by the recovering Tegetmeier. Credit to him, did well there to get back and cover for the misplaced goalkeeper. Again, it's really risky in possession play from York with their goalkeeper forwards. I understand them trying to play fly goalkeeper because there's nothing to lose for them at this stage, but they've got to keep the ball better than that. Tegetmeier does well again. Edge, back to Edge again, and he has himself another. 5 goals now today for Jordan Edge. Manchester have 11. Yes, you're reading that scoreline right. York well and truly beaten, and particularly in the second half, Manchester have completely run away with it. Well, Manchester at this stage, and of course there's still time to add more goals, but they've added 10 to their goal difference as well, and they were 7 behind Bloomsbury by way of goal difference going into the game. But they've given themselves the possibility, depending on the scoreline of course later, that Bloomsbury could actually win the game against Derby, but still Manchester would be top of the table. Of course these two ultimately want to be in the top 4 at the end of the season, and that's the main aim, but I think they really know they will be there at the end of the season. So the next target is to win the regular league campaign. For Manchester, having been beaten in the playoff final last season, if they could just pit Bloomsbury to the league title, it's all hypotheticals of course, but if they could, then that might give them a little bit of confidence going into the playoffs as well. Myvald, straight down the throw to the goalkeeper that time, who palms it away for the corner. Bone. Tegetmeier trying to work the shooting chance there, and maybe for York to get one back, but it's purely a consolation if they are to score again before full time, as it's sent into the side netting there by Thompson. Loose touch from Marshall. Into De Silva. Slipped across court. Still just look at the intensity of the Manchester press. Do you still find it interesting that Matthew Barber's not been brought onto court for Manchester against his former club, of course, with that dynamic to it? believe now in the listed squad it's just Barber and, well, Matthew Barber and Rafe Barber who are here amongst the substitutes, by the way. They're not just listed as a substitute, as sometimes teams do, but the player isn't actually in attendance. They are both amongst the subs. Both been held back. Here's Tegan Meyer. Goalkeeper across the halfway line, but it's always just restricting the space, I feel, when the goalkeeper's playing centrally like that. Oh, and the miscommunication is going to present it here to Barnes, who capitalises on the mistake. And Barnes at number 12, almost losing count at this point. He completes his hat-trick on a personal level. For Manchester, it's a gift of a goal, and the problems continue to mount up for York. They've lost players in this January transfer window. They've given far too many goals away today. They'll be staying at the bottom of the National Futsal Series league table. Things are going to have to rapidly improve if they're going to retain their Tier 1 status. Just look how messy it is again. Into Maiva. Where's the goalkeeper? Here's the do before, though. Riley was desperately backtracking. Wasn't best set for that, but able to save it anyway. And it's hard work for the goalkeeper having to dart the length of the court like that as well. And just look at the expression on the face of Junior Roberti. There might be another goal here for Manchester. There is again. Jordan Edge adds himself another. I think he's trying to count on his fingers. How many has he scored today? I think he might have said 5. It's 6, Jordan. And Junior Roberti is, well, watching on from the sidelines, wondering what's hit his team today. That's going to take, well, somebody big recovery, isn't it, for them moving forwards, of course. Looking forward to their future fixtures. It's not going to be easy to recover from a landslide result like this. Goalkeeper is in no man's land again. They're gifting the chance again, and Manchester have taken it once more. Well, this is a calamity now for York. They're all over the place at the moment with this fly goalkeeper. Jordan Edge again, I think it was, who got that one too. With the long-range strike, good execution to find the empty net. It's never as easy as it might look. Again, they go for it. That time it's just wide, but it certainly wasn't far off. Yeah, confirmation that it was Jordan Edge with that last goal as well. So 7 goals for him now. He scored half of the 14. It's incredible. The do before. Goal clearance as we move towards the final 30 seconds. I mean, you've got Eagleton back on the line whilst your goalkeeper's trying to fly. It's just so erratic. It's a rare Manchester mistake as a do before sent it out of play. So many of these second half goals, though, have been gifts, haven't they, really, for Manchester since, I don't know, about maybe 9-1 or something like that. The 5 goals perhaps which have followed have maybe really just been from errors of York's part. To watch them back, I'm not able to recall off the top of my head exactly where the last 5 goals were, but there's been 15 of them today. Manchester ultimately far, far too good for their bottom of the league opponents. Eagleton fouled, and well, it's such a needless yellow card for Jake Barnes there to pick up in the last 3 seconds of the game, having been warned earlier. I think it might have warranted a yellow card by itself without the earlier warning anyhow, and well, I'm just not sure there was any need for that at all, and for Manchester to pick up an unnecessary caution in the last few seconds. Also moves Manchester onto 5 fouls, but it's all just irrelevant now, as Bone will send the goal clearance out the penalty area. The buzzer will sound, And Manchester's 3 points is confirmed, but they have been for a long time, really. Ran away with that one well and truly in the second half. 4-1 at half-time, 14-1 at full-time. Yes, that's the final score. 7 of them scored by skipper Jordan Edge. It was quite the individual display. And for Manchester, well, it was quite the team performance as well. Just look at that. Full-time here at the Repton Sports Centre. Manchester 14, York Vikings 1. Welcome back then to the Repton Sports Centre here in Derby, where we have already seen one game played today. That was Manchester storming to victory, a 14-1 win over York. And up next here, we have Derby taking on Bloomsbury. While the two teams out onto the court then, I'll run you through how they line up. Starting with Derby, they have Tyler Denson in goal. The captain, Michael Thorpe, starts alongside Liam Hunt, Fraser Corlin and Gareth Keeling. And then on the substitutes bench, Derby have Ben Taylor, the substitute goalkeeper, Alex Lofts, Jordan Riley, Ben Bowers, Joe Ilston, Matt Silver, Matt Richardson, Adam Cockerill and Joe Bregman. As for Bloomsbury then, they have Johnny Sim as the starting goalkeeper. Richard Ward, the captain, starts alongside Calvin Dixon, Jamie Brooker and Eduardo Amarim. On the substitutes bench, Dimar Lahoz is the substitute goalkeeper. Igor Batista, Angel Martinez, Connor Miller, Charlie Coohan and Vitor Lima are also substitute options. Matt Hardy, of course, in charge of his Derby team. And Juan Tapia Owens is the man in charge of Bloomsbury. They are missing a few players today. No Liam Pelverman, probably notable for Bloomsbury, alongside Logan Wisniewski and Jack and Ryan Walsh, both not in the Bloomsbury squad either. We'll see which way this one will go then today, because Bloomsbury, of course, the heavy favourites, looking to move back to the top of the league table after Manchester have stolen that spot away from them, at least for the time being. Derby struggling down towards the lower end of the league table. Currently, so far this season, Derby, they're 7th out of the 9-team league. They have 6 points from the 9 games they've played so far this campaign. Your 2 referees there, by the way, as you can see, Peter Nurse and Matt Bruffel. The 2 referees in the centre circle. Richard Ward with the captain's armband on for Bloomsbury, and the skipper, as I mentioned, for Derby is Michael Thorpe. Bloomsbury in the gold strip today then. Derby in their regular black and white, and it looks as though it will be Bloomsbury to get the game underway. As Richard Ward stands beside the ball in the centre circle. It's the second game of 3 to bring you today live from the Repton Sports Centre, Derby's usual home venue. Manchester adopting this as their home for today. And it will be Manchester's B team in action next against East Riding. But all eyes now on this clash between Derby and Bloomsbury. And once the referee is happy that everything's in order, we will be ready to begin. Bloomsbury have won 8 of the 9 games they've played so far this season, having only drawn the other with Manchester. I'll be looking for the 3 points here today, that's for certain. Underway then. Johnny Sim immediately shows signs of moving forward as an extra player in possession. Ward stepping in court, but it's the first touch of the ball for the home team. Corden. Keeling trying to play that one across in search of Liam Hunt, but it was behind him. Out of play it goes. Jamie Brooker to take this kick in then in the starting 5 today for Bloomsbury.
This side, please, folks. Just in front of me.
Eddie Amarim, last season's league top goal scorer, of course, for Bloomsbury. Across the whole league, he was the top scorer in the National Futsal Series, and very much an influential man in this Bloomsbury squad, isn't he? Here's Brooker. Dixon. Forward down the line there to his captain Richard Ward, but it's a 3v2 here for Derby if they can work it right on the counter-attack. Just cut back slightly behind where Corden was, but still the chance remains. Hunt, though, then dispossessed, and the moment's gone for Derby, but a promising sign for them early on the counter-attack if they can create more chances like that, then they might trouble Bloomsbury as well. Sim over the halfway line centrally again. Brooker forward down the line and swept across the penalty area. Just too far behind Ward, but Bloomsbury beginning to get into their flow. 90 seconds gone. Still no real chances on either goal. Most promising moment though really so far for either team, that 3v2 that went to waste for Derby. Referee on the far side, Peter Nurse, just speaking with a player from either team. Bloomsbury allowed to take the kick in now. Brooker trying to feed that one through to the onrushing Kelvin Dixon. His touch just takes it through to Tyler Denson, the big tall figure in the Derby goal. Sent out of play there by Michael Thorpe, as it was wayward of Liam Hunt. Those two not quite on the same wavelength. Back to Brooker, who took the kick in. Blocked though well by Keeling. Derby looking to bounce back from last week's 5-3 defeat to Maidenhead. Competed well in that game against a succeeding Maidenhead side who are perhaps exceeding expectations so far this season. Maidenhead. Derby were beaten by them last week. It was 3-2 at half-time before the game ended 5-3. So closely fought, but Maidenhead ultimately coming out the victors at the end. Brooker sets that one short for Dixon. More possession now for Bloomsbury, which is perhaps what we were more so expecting. Dixon across the penalty area. It will be a Bloomsbury corner. It's an unorthodox corner, really. I think it was meant as a delivery to Amarim, but Dixon opted to head goal bound instead. Not the usual style corner you can see from the reigning champions, but went for it that time as Corden goes for it and taking it past the goalkeeper. Johnny Sim completely misjudged that. Bloomsbury get away with one. Here's Miller. Keeling's in the way. Not sure it would have ran through to Amarin anyhow. But Keeling doing the business in turning it behind. Ward. Angle was acute, but Amarim's there on the follow-up. And Bloomsbury do get the breakthrough goal. And it comes from a set piece. Amarim with the celebration. He enjoyed that one. Won't get many simpler tap-ins this season. Derby might feel a little bit unfortunate the way in which it broke back to Amarim, but he was well placed. Needed to finish it off. Did finish it off. And Bloomsbury a goal to the good. It's taken them, what, less than 3 minutes in actual fact. Their first proper opportunity. It was a glorious one in that. Couldn't miss from there. So now Derby needing to respond then. Bloomsbury, who've only played the one game since the return to action, since the festive break. They beat York by 7-0. That was last week, and although started well here against Derby today. Fired over by Ward. Denton to resume. Jordan Riley trying to work her way through there for Derby. They do have the set piece. Just looking to settle back down into the game after conceding. They'll be really disappointed to concede at that stage, Derby, because it didn't feel as though Bloomsbury have made the the best of starts to the game. Certainly not the same quality of start that we've seen from them sometimes. Often come out of the traps firing really fast, Bloomsbury, but wasn't really the case in the first couple of minutes, but they do have the goal. Referee Matt Bruffel just telling Derby man exactly where to take the kick in here from. Liam Hunt takes it. Held up well by Richardson, returning it back there towards the path of Hunt, but Bloomsbury able to see it out again. Via the ricochet there off Miller, it's a more attacking set piece now for Derby. It's always going to be interesting to see how Derby fared in Tier 1 this season. They've been knocking on the door of the English top flight for a few seasons prior to their actual promotion to Tier 1. It's all, of course, their quest for survival from the end of the season. The last time these two teams met, it was a convincing 7-2 victory for Bloomsbury, and we'll see if Derby can cause them more problems today as the game goes on. Headed back across the face of goal, and Derby equalise. It's Jordan Riley on the volley. Richardson with the assist, Riley with the finish. Sim couldn't keep it out, and Derby are back level, 1 each. Direct. And it pays dividends for Derby. Excellent connection on the volley. Jordan Riley with a thunderous strike to bring his team back level. First foul of the game there goes against the home team, so Bloomsbury with the free kick to follow. Angel Martinez here is on and stands behind the Bloomsbury free kick for what is actually his first touch. Sets it here for Miller, nicely worked, and Amarim was free. Might have been an opportunity to at least get the shot away there. Sims in all sorts of trouble. Richardson able to get to it as well before it ran out, and Martinez bailing his goalkeeper out back on the goal line. I'm not sure whether it would have snuck in, or maybe he struck the post anyway, but it's an iffy moment there for the Bloomsbury goalkeeper. Ilston playing it across. Ilston again sees that one blocked though in close proximity to him. Riley sending it into the penalty area, but it just crossed the line before he did so. So 1-1 then between Derby and Bloomsbury in this Tier 1 clash. Jordan Riley's excellent volley cancelling out the simplest of tap-ins for Eddie Amarim. Sim forward on the right side this time, but again no fortunes for him, and I think Miller's asking the question as to exactly what his goalkeeper was trying to achieve with that. Amarim pressure, applying the pressure there on Jordan Riley, and in the end the long clearance from the goalkeeper proved to be just that. Lima with the ball up to Miller. Back to Lima again. Runs away from Charlie Coohan. A little bit rushed there from Ilston. Wasn't really under pressure in having to play that pass, but did. Miller. Away from that challenge now, here's Coohan. Trying to progress up court through Amarim. Referee happy with the tackle. Amarin keeps the ball in play as well and forces the save from Denson. Relatively straightforward for the goalkeeper, but he had to get down to it. Corner kick then, and we know what happened the prior time that Bloomsbury had a corner from this same side of the course as well. Amarim has gone over for a little discussion with his Bloomsbury teammates, as I think Vitor Lima just went to retrieve the ball. It will be Amarim to take this time then. Into a central area. Here's Miller. And blocked well by Ilston. Amarim. Miller with his back to goal. Back to Kuhn it goes. Lima forward to Miller. Really nicely done. It's a good save as well. They're asking for the late challenge there in the penalty area, but I think it was more of an attempted block than an actual tackle. Here down the other end, there's a chance for Derby, but it's a good piece of defending. Backtracking was Amarim. Had to get to that one. Timed it well. Michael Thorpe it was, I think, the Derby captain, who was in close attendance otherwise. He was ready and waiting for the potential tap-in on goal. Thorpe just went to play the block and then offered back as an option for the pass. Inventive from Derby from that set piece, but didn't quite work out for them. Here the Derby coach Matt Hardy there just asking for more lines in his defence and ensuring that his team didn't just afford the 1v1 at the back of the court with Lima on as the Bloomsbury pivot at the moment. Dixon's Ward, I beg your pardon, has done well there. Bloomsbury captain, but then right on cue gave it away after initially bypassing the first challenge. And Lima, his team, Bloomsbury, get the decision there with the kicking going their way. Adam Cockerill introduced for Derby, the number 27. Not sure that Thorpe actually realised that was a defensive kick in on his behalf. Back there defending now though. Ward changing the angle, has Miller as an obvious pass option. Utilises that. Takes the touch then off Keeling. Now Ward. Lima just gingerly getting back to his feet. Ward fires it into the near post area. But it's the wrong side of that post and into the side netting. Kuhn. Ball directly forward into the feet of the pivot there. Lima, Miller trying to get the shot away on his left foot. Did so in the end, but it was a snapshot. Ball just stuck beneath his feet a little bit. We'll see if Bloomsbury look to try to exploit the area in the centre again. So this time it comes back, and well, it was a fierce effort from the right peg of Richard Ward. Not too far off target. Ward trying to catch the defence off guard there and take it quickly, which he has done so. Lima in the penalty area had the angle acute. And it came off the outside of the post, I think, in the end actually as well. Lima's asking for the corner, but it was a bit of a half-hearted appeal. And it will be the goal clearance. Big appeals for handball. Neither referee giving that decision. Lima then dispossessed. Really well tackled there by Ilston. Through the legs of the defender as well, but Sim does superbly well on that occasion to be so quickly off his goal line, I should say, and out to the edge of the penalty area. Keeling's eyes must have lit up there as it was sent his way, but Sim was quickly out to meet him. Lottie for the volley again. Ilston the man to shoot that time. Always curling away. Elsewhere today in the National Futsal Series, Wessex about to kick off against Maidenhead United at the Andover Leisure Centre. It's a 3 o'clock kick-off. You can also tune into that game on a separate stream on this same National Futsal Series YouTube channel if you're looking for that game. It's 1-1 here at the moment between Derby and Bloomsbury. And Manchester, having already won today, will be hoping that Derby can do them a favour. Manchester might just be top of the table come the end of today's play. Bloomsbury will have other ideas. Ward with the effort there, but it's wide of the goalkeeper's left-hand post. I think Derby will be pleased so far, though. They've matched Bloomsbury really up until this point. Dixon, here's Lima now. Well challenged. Still Bloomsbury have the ball though. Brooker back on, feeds it back to Lima. Cut out by Ilston. Brooker goes for goal. Drags it wide though. Just opened up for the shot there actually because of the block from Kelvin Dixon off the ball. Prevented any real pressure being applied there on Dixon and didn't need a second invitation to shoot. Hunt forward there for Derby, but it trickles through to Sim. Very much still the first choice goalkeeper for Bloomsbury, Johnny Sim. We do have Dimar Lahoz, formerly of London Helvetia, on the bench. Corden's done well. Corden wanted that one back, but instead the shot was sent in by Alex Lofts. Comfortable hold for Sim. Again, it's another promising moment though for Derby. Sim's out of his penalty area again. There's a shooting chance. It's over the bar. Huge opportunity goes begging there for Derby. Could so easily have been 2-1. Matt Richardson though just couldn't keep it down. Again though, unconvincing from Sim in the Bloomsbury goal, and that's not something that you would usually say about him. Just had a couple of nervy moments so far. Good save from his opposite number one, Denson. And the double ricochet means it last came off Amarim. Good watch this one so far. Evenly matched. There's Richardson. Back to Corden. Now Hunt. Amarim just setting it back. Martinez on the parallel here for Brooker. And across the face of goal, but Dixon was just a couple of seconds later arriving. Nice move though. Nice duality over on the far side with that parallel option. Poor distribution that time from Denson. Trying to go long and direct, but completely overcooked it. Martinez across from left to right. Amarim. Nice diagonal ball to find Dixon. Sim driving forward centrally again. Martinez. Still in play. Dixon did well to keep it in play. Then tried to feed Brooker. Derby have the ball back. Good press from Brooker. Results in the kick-in. Still 1-1, both goals having come within the opening 5 playing minutes. Best chance since then was the opportunity for Richardson. Just couldn't keep it down, the whole net was gaping. Denson. Richardson allows it to run cleverly. And the free kick is given for the challenge there by Martinez. Liam Hunt there, I think, just asking whether it was a caution showing the way of Angel Martinez, but I think just making a note of the foul on the back of the card. Didn't show the yellow the way of the Bloomsbury man who gave the free kick away. Long gun the diagonal, trying to find the run of Corden. Certainly won't be worried at this stage, Juan Tapia-Owens, the Bloomsbury boss, but there's plenty for him to ponder. Amorim gets it back from Broker. Changes the angle again. How many times do we see him step inside from that left flank? Derby sensing the opportunity to counter-attack again. Lofts held up though. Martinez with the initial wayward pass. Meant the last touch came off Amorim. Just being asked to hurry things up a little bit there, I think, Derby, but they'll try and take the rest break and a breather when it comes their way. Richardson blocked. Back to Richardson again. Almost feels as though Derby are growing into the game, and that's a little bit strange to say, given the good start they made, and this is an opportunity. What a goal that would have been! Oh, well, it had everything but the final finish there. So silky in creating the chance. And it will be a corner, but it could have been oh so much more there for Derby. Lovely move. As I say, just didn't have the finish. Yeah, not surprised by that timeout call, really, from the Bloomsbury bench. Juan Tapia-Owens handing in the timeout card. 1-1 then, with his team having been pegged back. The Amorim opener cancelled out by Riley's thunderous volley. It's the story of the half so far. I definitely think Derby will be the happier of the two teams at this stage. They've created the better chances to move in front as well. The Richardson opportunity, the chance that we've just seen there. Bloomsbury not at their free-flowing best so far. See if Derby can maintain this level for the whole course of the game. Do have 3 extra players amongst the substitutes bench for them today, Derby. It's not often that Bloomsbury will come to any fixture without a full squad, but that's the case today. Just the 5 out-court substitute options. It's not really too few, but it's less than they normally have. Everybody bar substitute goalkeeper Lahoz has been on court so far as well for Bloomsbury. As we return to the game with just over 8 minutes of the half left. Denton to distribute. Hunt away from the first challenge. Here's Corden. There's all sorts of room here, Corden. It's blocked by Brooker. They're asking for handball. I don't think it was. And the second opportunity was quickly shut out. Riley's effort then blocked in the aftermath. It was Liam Hunt, though, wasn't it, who did so well to beat the first man, and that really created the chance. On the volley, Riley that time unable to hit the target, but we know certainly that he can. Bloomsbury were asking for the foul for an overzealous block in the centre. That wasn't given to them. Would have counted had it hit the net. Hunt again on hand for Derby. Here's Corden. All the chances here for Bloomsbury now. Amarim, unselfish in trying to feed it into the path of Ward, but it's a huge chance which goes begging there for Bloomsbury. Miller with the contact, but it just trickles back through to Denson. Big chance, wasn't it? Amarim was going to take the shot on alone. Maybe just slightly too far ahead of Ward. Obviously, usually the right decision in that situation, so to speak, is to pass and make it unsavable for the goalkeeper. Pass to your teammate in the better position, but I just think it was the execution on the pass from Amarim that was a little bit off that time. Here he is again, Amarim. Both teams now having had big chances to move in front. Flashed across the face of the penalty area. Ahead, though, of Ward and Brooker. Just hear Matt Harley there, the Derby coach, very vocal on the sideline, saying don't get caught in a 2-2 system here with two players at the back of the court. His call was that's when they're pressing us, that's when they're winning it back off us. Wants to maintain that 3-1 system with the focal point of attack as a pivot higher up the court, but to ensure they stay with three players to build with out from those sort of short goal clearance scenarios or deep line kick-ins. Amarim, heavy sliding tackle, but it was clean. Won the ball, Thorpe. Reaching 3 of the 4-second count there, but Bloomsbury just about taking that kick in time. Amarim asking for support perhaps from his goalkeeper. Bloomsbury play through instead with Miller and Ward. Corner's being given. Ward short for Miller, who finds the bottom corner. Great strike from Connor Miller, who restores the Bloomsbury lead from that corner set piece. And Bloomsbury are back in front. Excellent goal. The angle was narrow, but it didn't matter. Connor Miller still able to find the requisite finish. 2-1. Fierce strike, wasn't it, as it rippled into the back of the net. Bloomsbury back in front. No, Derby really are left to rue those missed opportunities that they had to go ahead, as Sim was perhaps a little bit worried about where that one was going to end up. Amarim wrestling there with Thor. Ball ends up back in the grateful hands of Denson. Into Lima. Brooker. Amarim, good ball across, huge chance. Lima doesn't get the shot away. Amarim does, but it's against the post or the bar or a combination of both, and somehow it stays out. And it stays at 2-1. Derby defending for their lines back on the goal line. The last line of defence, and well, with the help of the woodwork, I ensure that Bloomsbury don't score again. Still the pressure is on from the corner though. Bloomsbury, who have actually scored from 2 corners, haven't they? One from either side. Ultimately, that's what has given them the lead. Across to Amarim. Derby still defending deep. Amarim getting the shot away again. It could have been a 3rd goal from the corner. Brooker. Back for Ward. High and wide in the end, but it was another shooting chance. Derby will call their timeout. Bloomsbury having already used theirs. Derby now taking the opportunity to to call their timeout minute as well. We have just over 4 minutes left to play when the game resumes. I think Derby will be disappointed with the scoreline at this stage, but in terms of the performance overall, plenty to be pleased about for them. It's the opposite side of the coin, isn't it, really, for Bloomsbury? They'll be happy they're ahead. Perhaps not so happy with the performance, although in the last few minutes, they have started to retake control and certainly restricted the opportunities that Derby have been able to create and the play that they've had in their half of the court in the last few minutes, because back towards the middle of this first half, around when Derby scored their goal, really, they created chances to score either side of that goal as well. It could have been more than one for them. Yeah, 4 minutes and 9 seconds exactly to be played off this first half until the midway point. Just the one goal between the teams, as we'll restart here with the goal clearance. Benson going long again, but with not the accuracy needed again. Some absentees today for Bloomsbury has maybe meant that a couple of players are enjoying more court time than perhaps usual. Vitor Lima and Angel Martinez, namely. Martinez there with the challenge on Richardson. Just the kick in. Richardson just being helped back to his feet. Still just one foul apiece, by the way, in this first half. It's been fairly contested. Ilston forward first time there nicely. Derby will have to continue as well. Ilston, who started to move on the end of it. Looks as though Hunt is going to take this corner. Derby go in search of another equaliser. Hunt allows it to run through. Richardson got the shot in. Good block though by Kuhn. Short that time for Ilston. Wasn't much power on it anyway, but any power that was on it was completely taken away with the touch that meant it was easily collectible for Sim. It bounces away from Ilston, but Amarim was fortunate in that regard. Here's Amarim now. Cuts it back, Martinez. They're asking for handball. Depends with what part of the body that deflection came off. Just the corner, I have to say, on first viewing, I would probably have given the same if I was the referee there. It seemed difficult to tell if it was off an arm at all, and if it were, then it was very difficult to get out of the way anyway. Just a slight stoppage in play, but good to go again now as Martinez lofts that one across to Amarim, bouncing it through on the way towards goal. Martinez leaving it on the line, and the 4-second count is penalised. Just needed a little bit more awareness there, I think, Martinez, with the choice of kicking that he wanted to play, but the fact it was already on 3 seconds when he left it on the line was the reason as to why it was never going to work. Amarim past Hunt there with ease. Ilston across, though, to help him out on the cover. Did well, Joe Ilston. After Hunt was initially bypassed. Benson forward first time. Still too heavy with the way to pass. Nicely taken down by Lima. Good footwork as well. Did the goalkeeper get a touch? I think he did. It'll be a corner. Cohen to Martinez. Again, it's another shot on goal that Derby conceded from a corner, but they'll be thankful that it wasn't another goal conceded from the corner. They really need to tidy that up, though, defensively. Something's not quite working for them, defending those corners, because every single time it's a good quality chance for Bloomsbury to score from. Here's Lima now. Denson with the stop. Good save from the Derby number 1. Bloomsbury now, though, well and truly knocking on the door before half-time. After those 2 timeouts, Bloomsbury back in control of the game. Lima. Martinez! Off the top of the bar. Couldn't keep it down. Just needed to get over that one a little bit more to ensure it didn't fly as high as it ultimately did. Loose from Ilston and perhaps a little bit fatigued as the half draws towards its conclusion, but there's still work to do here for Derby if they are to get into half-time. Just the 1 goal behind, and it kind of feels that way, doesn't it, now? Certainly seems as though Bloomsbury are the far more likely to score before half-time if indeed we are to get another goal. Miller on the turn. Denson out right to the edge of the penalty area. Dixon across for Kuhn to strike. Again, it's blocked. To their credit, Derby have blocked so many of those shots from outside the area like that. Miller with the setback. Dixon rushed it, though. All of a sudden, it sort of feels as though Bloomsbury might be a little bit disappointed with a 2-1 lead going into half-time, but I'm sure they would have taken it when it was 1-1 and they were under pressure. Corden on the turn. Oh, it's been given away. Huge chance again for Amorim, and this time he makes no mistake. Well afforded the opportunity from the halfway line to run through, clear on goal again, and Amorim that time beats Denson in the 1v1 battle. It's his 2nd goal of the game, and Bloomsbury now have themselves a cushion. 3-1. So 3-1 it is then, despite the scoreboard graphic at the moment. Apologies, that's actually not been changed at the venue. Keanu Kitarico, who plays for the Derby B team, acting as the timekeeper today, but seems to have forgotten to put that goal on at the moment, so hopefully that will be sorted out soon enough. 3-1 it is to Bloomsbury. Amorim with 2 of them, and Miller with the 1 in between. There we go, 3-1 on the scoreboard now as well. Here's Ward, approaching the final 30 seconds of the half. Brooker. Bit of a loose one. Certainly sold his teammate short. Seems as though it will be 3-1 going into the midway point then. Corden couldn't quite keep it in play, but it will be a Derby kicking. They'll have to get the ball forward quickly and get what will likely be a hopeful shot away at goal off. Hunt. He's giving it away there to Ward, and Miller sensed the opportunity in the very closing stages. Long it will go from Denson. And the buzzer sounds then to bring to a close this first period of 20 minutes. 3-1 the score. Bloomsbury ahead at the midway point, and well, they didn't have it all their own way in that first half, in fairness, the reigning champions, but Bloomsbury are 2 goals to the good. As you can see there, 3-1 up, 2 of them scored by Amorim, and Miller with the other after a tremendous equaliser from Jordan Riley. But at this stage, still work for Derby to do in the second half. Still plenty to ponder for both managers. Don't go anywhere, the second half is still to come, but at half-time, there's the scoreline. Derby 1, Bloomsbury 3. Welcome back then for the second half of the second game of 3 to bring to you today from the Repton Sports Centre. We're here at half-time. It is currently 3-1 to Bloomsbury as they go in search of a victory to keep them level on points with Manchester at the top of the table after Manchester moved to the top of the table with a hugely resounding 14-1 win over York earlier today. And, well, Derby with just the 2 goals to come back from here at half-time, and given their performance in the first half, well, you certainly give them a decent chance in doing so. But Bloomsbury really began to show more of what we're accustomed to seeing from them as the half wore on. Got that 3rd goal before half-time, and I'm sure they would have been comfortable with the scenario that they find themselves in at half-time. But for Derby, there's plenty of positives to take. I'd imagine that's what were reiterated at half-time in the changing rooms as Jamie Brooker finds one over there. It's the same starting 5 for Bloomsbury at the beginning of the second half as it were at the start of the first period as well. And likewise for Derby actually as well, so it's stayed that way, or beg your pardon, it's not. Johnny Sim is off, and Dimar Lahos, who just comes into camera shot, is on for Bloomsbury, but the outcourt 4 is the same, and for Derby the full 5 are the same. Here's Ward. Turning in the penalty area, cuts it back, didn't reach Brooker though. Here's Corden now, important for Derby that they start the second half well, you have to feel. Under pressure now though, Amarim, good ball across, Ward changes the angle. Not allowed for Corden to make the block. Dixon. Derby ball. But yeah, it just feels really necessary, doesn't it, for the hosts here that they make a strong start to the game in the second period, because Bloomsbury, let's say, were to score in the next couple of minutes, then at 4-1, that kind of throws the combat game plan from half-time out the window, doesn't it, somewhat, and it just adds that extra layer of difficulty to the whole game for them. If they can stay within touching distance, I think they might go close, but it just kind of depends on these next few minutes in a way. Next goal in the game could prove to be a big one, that's for sure. Keeling back there to Denson. Derby in the first half struggled to make the most of the Denson distribution, and there's another example of it there with just the ball going straight out. So Lahoz on for Bloomsbury, and allowed to walk the ball over the halfway line there. Not the best of controls there from Dixon. Here's Corden now, sensing the opportunity for Derby. Had the option of Thorpe to his left as well, and also Hunt to the right. He's confident in taking it on alone, but no success for him. Hunt. Well cut out. And again from Amarim. Foul count, of course, having reset at half-time, back down to 0 for both teams. No yellow cards in that first half either. Here's Amarim. Offloads to the right, but Ward gets that one all wrong. It's a gift of possession back to Derby. First couple of minutes of the second half have gone, similar as we were at half-time, and it's a relatively even and slow start, really, to the second half. Hasn't been an explosive beginning to the second period. Ward, cross-court, finding Amarim. Amarim again in search of Ward. Trying to send it back to the man from who it came. Amarim with the challenge. as Bloomsbury prepare for a full change of the on-court quartet here. Derby have given it away. Brooker finding Dixon, up to Ward. Back to Dixon again. Derby with everybody back behind the ball. Amarim. Dixon up to Brooker. He loses out that time though. Corden sets it back and Derby will try to play out. Jordan Riley, the Derby goal scorer, is back on here. Bloomsbury will make their changes at the next available point, which I think will be here. So Lima, Martinez, Miller and Kuhn, the players coming on here. Kuhn into Lima. Here's Miller now. Good chance again for Bloomsbury. Back to Kuhn. Can he get the shot away? Not one which could find a route through past those defenders in white. Cross on the volley for Kuhn. A few times now, isn't it really, that we've seen those corners taken in trying to find the big volley option like that, but haven't really worked out. Of course, we did see the volley scored by Jordan Riley in the first half, but it wasn't from a corner. Martinez. Lahoz will go for goal. Let's take something spectacular to beat Denson from that sort of distance. Goalkeeper to goalkeeper. Let's see if they can enjoy anything better from that throw out from Denson. They do find the head of Richardson that time. Just seem to be giving the ball away often from those goal clearances. Derby, if they can keep hold of possession better, then they might be able to build through. Almost seems to be no in between playing it really short and then struggling to play out. Almost going too long on a direct goal clearance at the moment for them. Hoz being urged to hurry things up. It was interesting at half-time to see the two referees as well. Peter Nurse and Matt Bruffel spent the entirety of half-time speaking with the East Riding coaching team. East Riding, who of course will be in action up next against Manchester B. Corner given. Derby feel it should be a goal clearance. Can't say that I saw a touch on it, but referee is adamant. Might be a bit of controversy should a goal come about from this set piece. Asking too much of Miller. Persistent though, aren't they, with the option chosen with the volleys. Richardson away from Martinez, but only into the path of Kuhn. Richardson to take then, does so short there to Cockerell. Cockerell again. Ends up back with Denson. Good ball that time to find Cockerell again. Still there for Derby. Richardson blocked. And you can see the frustration there for Matt Richardson. He knows how big a chance that was for his team. It's actually an excellent pick out from Denson on that occasion to play the ball right into the path of Cockerell. Richardson with the follow-up chance. Connor Miller it was who made the block. Best chance of the second half, I think, that so far. Miller all the way up to Lima. Back into Miller again. Ends up back with the goalkeeper Denson. Does wear gloves, Tyler Denson. The Derby goalkeeper, not many do. To Riley. Bundled away from where he wanted to take it though. Martinez. Again using goalkeeper in possession. The Hospital backtrack now. Good diagonal pass, which was picked out there by Miller. That passing lane just opened up as Derby failed to readjust their defensive zonal setup. Set up as a diamond at the moment. That will shift as the ball goes across to Martinez. Hunting do win it back that time, but they didn't have it for long. Cohen backtracking was able to win possession. Lima. Cohen takes it in his stride. Almost faked to let that one run, didn't he? Through to Martinez. I think that might have been what the Derby defender closest by thought as well. Potential three in a line, which Bloomsbury tried to work then. The middleman took it on for the shot. It's almost a three-quarter line of engagement there for Derby. All, well, dropping back now, but that's where they started from the initial goal clearance. Here's Lima. Good feet for a big man, but not the pass that he was looking for after. And again, Bloomsbury changing the quartet, so ensuring freshness on court as it's the starting quartet which are back on. Brooker with time and space inside his own half. Challenge there from Elston on Ward. It's perhaps a little bit dictated by the fact that Bloomsbury are using their goalkeeper in possession like this, more so really in the second half than the first. We'll come back to that in a moment. There's a chance and there's a goal. And Ward taps in on the line. Bloomsbury that time find a route through. And it's the skipper, Richard Ward, with the all-important final touch. Difficult one that for Derby to take because they've been holding Bloomsbury at bay in the second half up until that point. But Bloomsbury add themselves another goal. And the point I was just about to make was that Derby were seemingly dropping back a little bit more in this second half than they had in the first, perhaps dictated by this, the fact that the goalkeeper is coming forwards. But that time they were cut through. Despite the lower defensive block, it can't go back to the goalkeeper there, and Kelvin Dixon should know better. Lapsing concentration there from a highly experienced player. Presented this chance from the set piece, and it is a good chance at the end of it as well. They know it as well. Thorpe just couldn't sort his feet out in time. I said at 3-1 that the next goal in the game was likely to be a really important one, but if that goes in there for Derby, then we're back where we were at half-time. Still signs of life in it for them, but they're going to have to just find that spark from somewhere, Derby, if they are to mount a comeback. Rooker under pressure there, going long, and Derby that time getting their reward for pressing higher. I would imagine now they would have to press higher as well, given the scoreline and the time left on the clock. There's still time, of course, for them to get back in the game, but if they just sit back half court, then Bloomsbury can keep the ball inside their own half. So it's kind of dictated to them that at some stage they will have to press here, Derby. That first line there was flat for Derby out of possession. That allowed for the ball to be played up to the pivot. Ward dealing with the cutout. See what Brooker was trying there with the ball to the second post, but it was not really well executed. The Hos closed down there by Hunt. Here's Amarim on a hat-trick, of course, after his first half brace. Hasn't been greatly involved in this third quarter of the game, though. The Hos again forward centrally. Just wonder whether Derby will try to switch that line of engagement on the goalkeeper up to the halfway line rather than being as deep as they are in these sorts of situations, because then the goalkeeper can feel comfortable centrally without really having the imaginary barrier behind him of the halfway line. Rooker's asking for a foul, it wasn't given.
Your ball here. Just kick in here for me, please. There.
I think trying to catch Lahoz out there as he was, well, outside the penalty area, but nowhere near as far out as he has been on numerous occasions. But Derby just keeping the goalkeeper honest. This first choice, strongest quartet for Bloomsbury, if you like, the starting quartet, have performed well since being reintroduced. Scored the goal, taken back control. Calvin Dixon not happy, I think, with his teammates there. Maybe a bit of a internal disagreement between two of the Bloomsbury camp. Thorpe. Amarim spins away. Rooker's to his right. Benson's in the way though at the near post. Amarim sliding in. Full-blooded challenge. Got to the ball, slid it out of play. Lima, Robin Corden in possession there. Lima on the turn, that's a great save from Denson. Textbook split save stop. Did well to react to that one because it was fired in quickly. Miller might have taken a slightest touch on the way through. Again, it's another example of Bloomsbury getting a shot away from a corner. Derby just seemed to be defending it deeper, perhaps, into their penalty area because Bloomsbury were sending it directly in early on. Bloomsbury 3 goals to the good then here, and if you were wondering, the situation with the goal difference at the top of the league table, well, after Manchester's 14-1 victory earlier, they, ahead of this game, were 6 ahead of Bloomsbury on goal difference. So as it stands, Manchester still at the top of the table, but as I mentioned earlier, really it's all about those top 4 places in the playoffs come the end of the season. Can't go back to Lahoz. And Derby sensed that as an opportunity to take the ball. They don't. Here's Miller. Lima wants it back. It was cut back behind him and really behind Martinez as well. Corden now. Ilston's on his bike to the left. Corden for Ilston, and Derby score. So determined to get on the end of that was Joe Ilston, and Corden put it on a plate for him. 4-2, and maybe, just maybe, Derby have themselves a route back into the game. Really well executed counter-attack. Bloomsbury with something to think about in this second half then. Still asking a lot, isn't it, of Derby to find themselves 2 more goals without a response, given how much possession Bloomsbury have had in the game as well, but momentum can do funny things. Elston, the latest scorer, past Lima, but just lost his footing. Certainly no grounds for an appeal for a foul. Here's Lima. Good challenge from Elston again. I think Lima's just holding his shoulder, his collarbone after landing perhaps a little bit awkwardly. It's a stoppage in play because of that. Back to the action as Martinez takes that kick in. Here's Martinez now on the overlap. That's the kick in that Martinez tried to execute in the first half, but was pulled up on the 4-second count 4. Well, foul, says the referee, on 2 occasions. There's Lahoz. Through for Miller. The goalkeeper right out to the edge of the box. Might have actually just been outside anyway. He saved it with his leg. Quickly out, quick reactions. Ultimately good goalkeeping. Kuhn, good block. Richardson able to get his body in the way. Almost seems as though at times Derby are happy to allow that shot from set pieces because they're so confident they're going to block it. Whereas maybe other teams would be a little bit more, what's the word, adventurous in their defensive style. Put that top man at the top of the defensive setup a little bit higher and try to really get to the shot before it's a meaningful effort on goal. Back to the goalkeeper, and Denson taking no chances. Lima. Here's Corden. Options both sides. Ilston plays the block. And Lima makes the block. Header away from Martinez. Ilston to be replaced at the next occasion for Derby, but he's still on for now. Here's Amarim. Amarim with it again now. Cohen. Amarim advancing once more. Cohen. Martinez, heavy touch. Hacked away by Corden. Derby again in the game, aren't they, here? And they have been in numerous games, even if they haven't been on the right side of the scoreline in games this season. Remember them losing out 5-4, I think it was the final score to Manchester a few months back now, and that was a similar game, really, a really closely fought contest. Will they be able to pick up at least a point from this? They need 2 goals without response. Just feel that at some stage they're going to have to come out and press higher up the court, because Bloomsbury are running the clock down with possession inside their own half. Yes, it hasn't got to the stage where Bloomsbury are literally keeping the ball inside their own half. They want to go on and score more goals and put the game to bed, but a little bit casual sometimes, being allowed casually to walk the ball up to the halfway line. There's Ward. Amarim. Just wonder as well whether Derby will think about the possibility, at least, of fly goalkeeper at some stage. It's an option. Something that they have this season gone for as well. At times in games where they've actually been drawing towards the end of the 40 minutes as well. And pushed for 3 points. Amarim. Brocker exchanging passes with his teammate again. Getting another shot away at goal. He's had a few efforts from long range like that today, Brocker. Denton's throw out, the flick header. I think it took a touch off the goalkeeper. It will be a corner. It was going well wide anyway in the end. Mahoslo was scrambling across. It's been a needless corner to concede, but no chance he's taken after the flick header from Richardson. As we move into the final 5 minutes. Hunt with the corner. Second set piece, Richardson in there. Brooker able to clear away. Keeling wanted that one centrally. Derby kicking in, some more defending for Bloomsbury to do. Amarim might be away here though. To the box, but Richardson came back at him from the blind side. Ultimately, the second half scoreline is 1 each. It's the first half goals that are the difference between the teams at this stage. And in that sense, it would suggest that it's been a better second half for Derby, but I think they performed quite well in the first half as well. If you want to narrow it down completely, I suppose you could take it to the 2 corner goals that Bloomsbury scored. It's a 2-goal margin that they still here lead by. Lahoz. Ward all the way across, and it's tucked home. It's Amarim, well placed at the back stick with the finish. Ward, having scored today, gets the assist there for that one. Now you feel that it's probably too much of a comeback, too big a mountain to climb for Derby from this stage. It's another good Bloomsbury goal. The champions 3 goals up, 5-2. Derby are going to have to go for it now. It's a hat-trick complete as well, isn't it, in actual fact, for Amarim. He's scored a fair few of those in his time at Bloomsbury as well, across the course of this season and last. Gordon, Hunt takes it in his stride here, Hunt across, there's another chance! And Thorpe that time somehow isn't able to convert it. Again, it was using that second post option. Derby that time with the overload. And transitional attack. It felt as though if Derby were to have any chance of coming back, that one had to go in. Eagle Batista, Bloomsbury's least used player today, is on, by the way. Here's the man just going to get the ball back here. He's wearing Russell Goldstein's shirt, but Goldstein not involved. Batista was the intended target, but Corden cut it out. And Lahoz quickly out of the penalty area. Smashed away by Brooker, I think it was there. Getting to the ball again. Still one game to come today, remember, live for you on the National Football Series YouTube channel. Manchester's B team off the back of the resounding victory for their first team earlier. Manchester's B team will be in action against East Riding, who are at the top of the Tier 2 North table. That one's still to come for you. 5:25 is the scheduled kickoff time. Derby into the box, two players go down. Both times the referee feels the ball was won. And it's a, 3v1 here for Bloomsbury now. Batista, and it's tucked in by Brooker, who finally gets his goal. Well, he's had enough long-range shots today, Jamie Brooker, but ultimately it proves to be the simplest of finishes, which sees him add his name to the score sheet. Batista the man to provide the assist, Brooker with the goal. Bloomsbury are going to be continuing their unbeaten record this season. Richardson has stayed down, Bloomsbury will continue. And the referee has stopped the game, despite the overload for Bloomsbury there. It's a head injury, which is the right decision to stop the game if it is a head injury here for Richardson. And I think the natural reaction for Bloomsbury is to be disappointed when they've got a 3v2 there and the game's been stopped, but Richardson, yeah, rightly really having the game stopped for him to be seen to. The good news is that it's as though he's okay to carry on. I think Joe Wilson's trying to say we'll send the ball back to the goalkeeper, but it should be a drop ball here for Bloomsbury with where they had the possession, albeit still not quite the same quality chance, is it, when you have to really force to play out and play back there. And Derby have everybody back behind the ball, but it's not going to matter in terms of the overall score, in terms of the overall result anyway. Here for Bloomsbury, they've performed well since that second Derby goal. They performed well from start to finish, but it just hasn't been that perfect, brilliant best that we've seen from them on many an occasion now. Credit to Derby for making it difficult for them, as Lima on the turn forces that latest save from Denson. Batista. Here's Corden. fouled there by the backtracking Batista. That's actually just the second foul of the half. Perhaps surprising given the intensity at which the game has been played and the overall field too. I wouldn't have thought there was only 2 fouls, but there have been. We'll make that 3 now with the challenge from Lima. And it's Corden again who's drawn the foul, and the yellow card there shown the first of the game to Vitor Lima. And it's a good position for the following free kick as well here for Derby. So Ilston stands behind this one then. Mahos will stay back on the goal line by the looks of things. And align the wall from behind. Now Mahos makes his way forward now to join the wall, and it's against Martinez, I think, who was the man at the near post. Not sure if it was on target or not anyhow, as the challenge there from Hunt was a good one. Martinez up to Miller. Palmed away in behind by Denson, who shakes his head, probably also in overall disappointment of how this game has got away from his team. There's another Bloomsbury goal, and it's Kelvin Dixon who fires home from the corner. That's 3 corners now that Bloomsbury have scored from today. Dixon exploiting the space left centrally that time. And a rifled finish into the net. 7-2. Derby might feel that that's a less fair reflection of the overall scoreline, but ultimately Bloomsbury in this second half have definitely been the better team. Definitely worthy of the win. Derby have had their spells in the game, and they've made things difficult at times. But Bloomsbury have run away with it now. And I think Derby here are going to set up a fly goalkeeper. More so just for the experiment and taking the opportunity really at this stage than with any hope of a comeback. Timeout having been called, and Derby using a timeout minute here, and yeah, it seems as though Liam Hunt has got the fly goalkeeper's top on. I think they'll set it up directly from this kick-off then. One minute and 14 seconds for Derby to try to see if they can work something with the 5v4 then. So Keeling forward there to Fraser Corden as Hunt takes up position over on the far side as the fly goalkeeper. Look at the intensity of the Bloomsbury pressure, and where's that one going to end up? Hilston backtracks and gets it behind. It was going behind anyway, but it would have been a Bloomsbury ball nonetheless. We'll just see the contrast there between the intensity of the Bloomsbury pressure when the goalkeeper's forward compared to Derby's, and it's almost polar opposites, isn't it, really, when you think to the space and comfort that Dimar Lahoz had inside the attacking half in the centre circle. Compare it with the Bloomsbury press there. Bloomsbury also calling their timeout. Presumably, I would imagine, for Juan Tapirones to just try to set up exactly how they're going to defend this fly goalkeeper for the remaining period. We'll return with the Bloomsbury set piece. I wonder whether that was what was being discussed there in the timeout, to see if they can execute a pre-planned routine from this restart. We'll see here if the plan pays dividends. So Kuhn is the taker. Straight into the centre. Martinez with the second bite out. If there was something planned from that, it didn't really work out how I think the plan was meant to. Goalkeeper's ball. Dixon. Up to Miller. And out via Ilston. Seemed possible, didn't it, when his goal went in, that Derby might build from there and maybe make things nervy for Bloomsbury in the late stages that we're in now, but it didn't work out like that, as well. The deflection on that actually made it a really good save from Denson, because it was going one way, and then there might have been a couple of touches on the route through, but it completely changed path. Denson is off, and the fly goalkeeper for Derby is back on. Martinez with the block. Corden. Here's Hunt. Still in, no longer, but it is a Derby ball. Dixon. Just took a touch off Corden. So 25:05 is the kick-off time for Manchester B against East Riding. Be sure to tune back in for that one. But here, this Tier 1 clash concludes. Bloomsbury, the victors, by 7 goals to 2. Derby gave it all they had, really, and made things tough for the champions at points throughout the game. But Bloomsbury, at the end of the day, with too much quality for the opposition. And they've won this one by 5 goals. Manchester's 14-1 win earlier does mean that Manchester actually will stay at the top of the table on goal difference after the games today. But Bloomsbury will be pleased with the 3 points, and they move on up to 28 points from their 10 league games. It's some going for both them and Manchester. It's finished here with the final score at the Repton Sports Centre. There it is for you. Derby 2, Bloomsbury 7. Welcome back then to the Repton Sports Centre, or welcome along if you're joining us for this one specifically. Up next, the final game of the day here at the Repton Sports Centre. It's Manchester B versus East Riding in this Tier 2 North clash. East Riding currently at the top of the table in this Tier 2 North division, and with the possibility, the opportunity today to move 3 points clear at the top of the table as well. So I'll run you through how the two teams line up then with their squads here today. Manchester have the squad made up of goalkeeper James Kay, Frankie Mashin, Aaron Logan, Matthew Barton, who actually scored earlier today in the Manchester first team game. Lewis Lamkin, Mateus Luna, Ryan Williams, the player coach, Fabrizio De Silva, Thomas Lindsay, and Darnell Leliendel make up their squad. We wait to see exactly who start for Manchester, but we do know the starting five for East Riding. They are as follows. Goalkeeper Jordan Wildy, Alex Keane, Kean Skelton, Reese Butterworth, and the captain Messiah Bogdan. And then the substitutes to begin with for Dave Lawty's team. Pat Richardson is the substitute goalkeeper, James Harrison, Ronald Yerkstis, Edward Perez, and Danny Clark. Well, it was such a successful game early this morning for Manchester with the 14-1 resounding victory over York in Tier 1. Since then we saw Bloomsbury beat Derby 7-2. That's the same scoreline that they beat them by earlier this season. But attention now turns to the Tier 2 North, and after a few results earlier today, Bolton, their B team, having beaten Birmingham by 7-2 in the Tier 2 North, and also a result just through to us, Liverpool have won by 6-4 at Leicester. So that actually means that there are now 4 teams, all level on 21 points at the top of the Tier 2 North division. Makes for an interesting battle come the end of the season. And it's all, of course, in search of promotion to the big time. Yeah, so East Riding currently top of the table. Birmingham second, but they've lost their last 2 games. Bolton B now in good form in third, and Liverpool with that win today move level on points with those 3 above them, fourth only by way of goal difference. But East Riding here with the opportunity then to move 3 points clear, and it will be the visiting team to get us underway here. Just as the match official on the far side hands out the timeout cards. So East Riding will be attacking the goal to the left of the picture in this first half. The referee blows his whistle, and we are indeed now underway. Plenty of goals already today. Hopefully from a neutral's perspective at least, we'll have plenty more to bring to you here. Both teams asking for that kick, and it goes the way of East Riding. And these two teams met earlier in the campaign. East Riding in their home fixture in this game won 7-4. Hoping to repeat the trick here today as Bogdan there, the East Riding captain, just gets that one not quite right. First foul of the game goes against Manchester. Referee Andy Moncur it was who gave that one over on the far side. He's joined for this game by Matt Bruffel, the official on the near side to the camera. Long there from Skelton. Runs all the way through for the goal clearance. No Matthew Barber or Rafe Barber for Manchester B here, despite the fact that they were, well, involved for Manchester earlier, but not involved on court, as that one has been deemed to have gone out of play. Manchester pleading their case to the referee, but it was the far side official who was best positioned to make the call and did. So yeah, both Barbers for Manchester. Matthew Barber and Rafe Barber were amongst the subs, but didn't come on earlier. Thought maybe they might be involved here, but they're not. Donnell Leliendl here through the legs of his opposite number 3, Keane, and the referee's given a indirect free kick here, I believe. Yeah, it's going to be taken from just outside the penalty area, so an indirect free kick here for Manchester as the East Riding wall are being moved back the required distance. Yeah, indirect as it's taken for Leliendl to shoot. Now the foul has been added to the count at the moment, but it shouldn't be against East Riding if it's an indirect infringement. So I think, well, hopefully that will be adjusted soon. Nothing came of that free kick anyway, and East Riding are away on the counter-attack. Butterworth not able to direct it on target. Skelton. Here's Keane. Past 2 Manchester defenders and then fouled. Mashin, I think it was, who committed the foul there. Yeah, it should be 2-0 on the fouls now, which I think is going to be corrected by the referees. There we go. Back down to 0-4 East Riding after the aforementioned indirect free kick. This one direct. A little bit of confusion between the players on court, but this one very much direct for the foul there. And Keane Skelton stands behind it, goes straight for goal. Oh, it took a nick on its way through as well. I'm not sure who that actually came off. It might have been Keane or perhaps De Silva. It's De Silva now breaking free for Manchester. It's a let off, isn't it, for the boys in blue there. Here's Skelton now. Good full-blooded challenge from Mashin. Did well to win the ball. Keane. Here's Butterworth. Skelton on the turn, but that potential avenue of a shot on goal was quickly shut off. So Kay vacating the regular goalkeeping position here to join the in-possession play for Manchester. Now De Silva. Mentioned before the game that Matthew Barton actually scored for Manchester's first team earlier. That was a much celebrated goal as he scored for the first team. Well, Richard De Silva was also involved in that game and did get minutes on court. Here's Skelton. Wanted it back, but instead it came further back down court. It's a good tackle from De Silva to begin with, but then Butterworth was able to swap possession back off him. Didn't have it for long after that, though. Luna. Lively start. It's a bit end-to-end, really. East Riding perhaps will feel they've had the slightly better of it so far. No foul given there, which won't please the East Riding camp. Leliendl cuts it across, and it's towed in. Well, East Riding complaining, but Mateus Luna with the finish. After the decision to not award the free kick down one end, Manchester take full advantage at the other. And Mateus Luna, the number 9, with the final touch to make it 1-0. Just as I'd said, that perhaps East Riding were the happier of the two teams with how it had started. Dave Lawty on the sidelines, not happy with that call. So I was surprised to begin with that the foul wasn't given. Still, Manchester had much work to do, didn't they, on the counter-attack to turn the opportunity into a goal. I mean, it wasn't really an opportunity when they regained possession, was it, in their own half? But nicely worked counter-attack. Very much was a golden chance by the time that Luna tapped in. Kay throws out there in touch of Aaron Logan. It's seen behind by Wildy, whose first real involvement was to pick the ball out the back of his own net after conceding there. Nothing he could do to keep it out mind, was bypassed with the ball across. Mogan, long over the top, but just too much pace and height really on that one for Thomas Lindsay. Certainly the form book going into the game will suggest that East Riding are the favourites, but it's Manchester B who are ahead. East Riding having last week actually beaten Trent Valley away from home by 14 goals to 4. Danny Clark on for East Riding and immediately involved in the action. Here's Skelton. Clark turns it back towards Skelton, but Manchester by that time had bodies back defending well. Clark cannons that one in and it's off the crossbar. Just wonder whether that one actually came off the goalkeeper's hand before the bar, but if it did, then decision anyhow was given Manchester's way. Barton out of play now though. Manchester B actually coming into this game off the back of 4 straight defeats. Most recently beaten by Bolton B last week. It's against the first defender and Clark will go for goal. It's very much erratic though really. Manchester just needs to be careful that they don't give the ball away in that sort of position though, because, well, especially as Kay was over on the far side. Manchester now just in the last minute or so struggling to get out of their own half since the introduction perhaps of the latest East Riding substitutes. But it is Manchester who lead by 1-0 with just over 4 minutes played. Mateus Luna, the man who got it. Skelton, lovely turn. Then held up in any potential progress though. Clark, the obvious option to shoot again from this set piece. Does come back to Clark to strike, and very nearly actually ended up in an own goal there as Lindsay turned it back towards his own goalkeeper. Was able to keep it out though, Kay. Here's Clark. No route through for him. Manchester trying to turn defence into attack quickly. Barton. Now Williams. Past the first challenge. Again, it was towed towards his own goal, this time at the East Riding defensive end of the court by Skelton, I think it was. Manchester players waiting in the wings. Perhaps we'll see some changes from them soon. There's another chance for them here, though, and Wildy forced into action. Clark is pleading for this one. He's free here. Danny Clark gets it on target, but the goalkeeper's able to get across to make the stop. It's the right choice to play the pass, and then the follow-up set piece was taken relatively quickly, but it doesn't come to anything. And Manchester away on the counter. Good block, though, by the backtracking defender. And it's all action at the moment. Chances at either end. Best of them, the opportunity for Clark. Danny Clark, though, denied by James Kay in the Manchester B goal. Keane on the turn. Trickles behind for the corner. Managed to get shots away from a few set pieces from this near left side so far, East Riding. We'll see if they can do so From over on the far right. Clark. Loose pass from him that time. Presenting it straight to Williams. He's riding, not pressing full court, but instead dropping with a little bit of a deeper engagement line. They're forced back towards halfway now. Manchester trying to play a route through. Pass was far too much really behind where Barton had positioned himself. Harrison just being told exactly where to take the kick in from. Feels as though he's riding and growing into the game. De Silva sensing the chance there though, and Wildy had to be alert, and was, to the goalkeeper's credit. Taken quickly there was the kick in. De Silva. Williams, the man in charge of this Manchester B team side. Ryan Williams taking on the player coach role. Of course, we see Sam Richardson with the Manchester first team take on a similar role in way of a player coach like that. Here's Clark as the pivot with his back to goal, as he so often likes to be. That time with the set for Harrison, but he can keep the effort down or on target. Oh, now Leliendel back on for Manchester to replace Aaron Logan. Short from the goalkeeper to Lampkin. Now he's riding, step up the intensity of the pressure.
Take a step, Luke. Take a step, Luke. Take a step. Keep going. Thank you very much indeed. Wait. One.
Clark. Holding off the pressure of Leliendel. Running out of room though as he tried to skip away. De Silva. Tackled well by Harrison. Luna, the Manchester goal scorer, taking that kick in. Gets it back from De Silva, but then gives the ball away. And Harrison is fouled. And it's in a good position as well, this free kick which will follow. Moves Manchester onto 3 fouls as well. Decision just being explained by referee Matt Bruffel to the Manchester man who gave away that foul there, Lampkin. Clark is the obvious option. Whether there will be any deception on the free kick setup or if they're trying to work something perhaps a little bit more intricate, we'll see. Keane stands between the ball and Manchester wall, vacates that space now. It's set back for Clark, who finds the corner. Lovely set-piece goal, and he's riding a back level. And it's Danny Clark who gets the goal. One each. Clever movement off the ball, the set back to Clark. And ultimately a little bit of a screen as well from the player who set the ball back to afford Clark a little bit more time in shooting. There wasn't much pressure on Clark as he got the shot away, but had to be precise where the finisher was. Back level, game back on. East riding with their tails up now. Kay is out of goal again. Up it goes instead though to Leliendel on the turn. Well defended, but again a promising sign for Manchester there with Darnell Leliendel, who I thought impressed last week against Bolton in the aforementioned defeat. Luna had time to pick his spot. Wasn't too far wide in the end. Referee says no foul for the contact there on Clark. He's forced to get back to his feet and get back. But then Manchester aren't able to keep the ball in play anyway. Keen restarts up to Clark. Always looking to turn and get a shot in like that, isn't he? Very old-fashioned style pivot in the game. The way in which he likes to have the ball into feet and play as that focal point of attack. There goes Clark again. Foul off the ball for the push there by Yerkstis, was it? Or has the decision gone in favour of East Riding? Looks as though it's the latter. Moves Manchester onto 4 fouls. I thought to begin with that the decision had gone the other way. Certainly the Manchester man who ended up down, but perhaps there was a bit of grappling beforehand. So Manchester now really do need to be careful the way in which East Riding will effectively try to draw fouls as well and like the contact like that. Prime example with Clark turning again. Manchester need to be careful that they don't just get sucked into committing more fouls and take them onto 5 too soon before half-time. It almost feels inevitable that they will reach 5 before the midway point, but we'll see if it plays out like that. And if they can prevent a 10-metre penalty. Clark offloading to the right, and then Ogden not with the best of balls. I think he's riding there asking for the officials to start the 4-second count, as it's a little bit of a sticky situation that Manchester played themselves into, and a wise decision really in the end for the goalkeeper Cave just to allow it to run out. A bit messy, wasn't it, for Manchester as they made the subs. Clark's given that one away. De Silva. Barton to the right. Ogden, though, with an important defensive interception. Good watch this game so far. Even on the scoreboard, East Riding will feel that they probably just edged the contest, although Manchester have had their moments as well. Poor pass, straight to De Silva. Back into the path of De Silva. It will be a Manchester kick in, nothing more than that. Mashin. Mashin to take again as he plays that one back to Williams. Forces the collection from the goalkeeper. The ball's still in play. The game needs to be stopped as the goalkeeper's head injury here. Referee's just asking goalkeeper Wilde if he is going to want treatment. Indeed, yeah, calling for some attending to from the sidelines. Just caught there, wasn't he, the goalkeeper? Nothing intentional in it, but definitely caught Wilde on the way through, did the Manchester player. Well, I do have Pat Richardson amongst the substitutes here at East Riding, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's called into action, actually, given this looks a little bit of a nasty injury for the goalkeeper. I think East Riding are complaining that the foul wasn't given. We're asking for the foul, which of course would move Manchester onto 5. Feeling perhaps that there was enough contact in there and enough of a contact for the foul, but both referees didn't see it that way. Still down, isn't he, Wildy, and hasn't really moved too much from that position in which he landed. Dave Lawsey just telling his players, I think, to move to the sidelines and get a bit of a drink. Get some fluids on board, as the goalkeeper is still seen to here. It seems to be his neck, doesn't it, really, that they're most concerned about. It was Ryan Williams, the Manchester player coach, who maybe just left one on the goalkeeper a little bit. I said the first time, I don't think it really was intentional, more just a collision and coming together. The referee's in discussion. There was no foul given to begin with. I don't think there will be as a result of what's followed. A definite injury for the goalkeeper, and of course the main concern is with Jordan Wilder, the East Riding goalkeeper. Masaya Bogdan there, the East Riding skipper, clearly concerned for his goalkeeper as well. But of course, it's necessary that a whole range of precautions are taken if it's an injury to the neck. He really hasn't moved from that position, lying on his side much there, has he, Wildy, which is concerning as well. Turning into a bit of a lengthy delay, this in actual fact, with, well, the clock stopped, of course, but it's an effective timeout that's not, isn't it? Won the scoreline at the moment after Mateus Luna's opening goal was cancelled out by Danny Clark's set-piece strike, but that's all a bit incidental at the moment because the main concern is for the East Riding goalkeeper. You can see Pat Richardson there sat amongst the East Riding substitutes bench. Well, I think it's certain now that he's going to be needed for the remainder of the game for East Riding, but rightly so as well. All necessary precautions, and I hope it is precautionary rather than a really serious injury, but it seems as though the latter is likely with the Jordan Wildy incident. Yeah, still being seen to Wildy, just wide of our camera pictures at the moment as we pan away from Wildy, who's still down in some distress. I think he's actually being sick at the moment, the goalkeeper. It's all very innocuous, wasn't it? I said at the time, and I think I'll reiterate again, I don't think there was any malice or intention in the challenge from Manchester's Ryan Williams. We don't have the benefit of any replays today, so I've only seen it the one time that anybody watching has seen the incident as well. It wasn't a nasty challenge. It wasn't like a kind of challenge which you would maybe, you know, unfortunately expect to lead to a serious injury. Yeah, we're not going to be able to bring you the replay, but I've just been shown a second look at it, and there's definitely no intention from Ryan Williams. It's come from the set piece over on the far side, as Manchester have taken that set piece. Wildy, the goalkeeper, has collected a long-range shot, and then Williams, who is coming from the left, is basically just looking for a rebound. He doesn't seem to leave a foot in there. It might be a knee into the head of the goalkeeper, which is really concerning. But again, I don't think there's any intent from Ryan Williams. He must be, well, can't imagine what he's thinking at this stage as well, having caused the injury. But as I say, completely accidental, and no foul was given. About 8 minutes ago now that incident actually occurred. East Riding players still just on court at the moment, with the ball just passing it between themselves, and you can see the Manchester players returning back out to court as well now. Wildy's still being seen to as Pat Richardson. Pat Richardson there, the East Riding goalkeeper, is on. He's going to be required. It's a difficult circumstance for an associate goalkeeper to be brought on into the game as well. But as difficult as it might be for the players not involved, it's very much a major concern. For the goalkeeper, the concern is for Jordan Wildy, who we of course, send our very best wishes. Didn't sound good, did it? It was wayward of the camera shot, as a few of the Manchester players were sending balls the way of the Manchester goal, just to cannon into the balls behind the goal or something of the like. It's not an easy situation for anybody out there, but we'll do our best to keep you updated where we can. If you're watching and looking and listening for updates on the welfare of Jordan Wildy. If you weren't with us and you've just joined us, you've wondered what's going on. There was an incident with a Manchester player who just seemed to catch the East Riding goalkeeper, Jordan Wildy, some time ago now. Must be about 10 minutes now since that incident, and Jordan Wildy, the East Riding goalkeeper, seems to have suffered a serious injury. He was throwing up on the court, and I think the main concern is, well, yeah, for a head injury and I wouldn't want to speculate, but it seems as though possible concussion for the East Riding goalkeeper. It was really innocuous. No intent from the Manchester player. And it's turning into a lengthy delay. A reminder of the scores earlier for you. Manchester, the Tier 1 team, having beaten York 14-1. And Bloomsbury beat Derby 7-2. But it's this incident here with the East Riding goalkeeper that's taken the limelight at the moment. Again, to reiterate that we send him our best wishes and just hope for his quick recovery, really. It was a game which was flowing so nicely as well in the lead up to the incident. Over 10 minutes ago now, but the goalkeeper was caught. Referee Matt Bruffel also just in conversation over on the far side. And it's a difficult situation for the referees to manage as well. Andy Munker and Matt Bruffel taking charge of this game. That's the kind of situation, is it, where the futsal or the sport, or yeah, whichever sport it may be, becomes secondary to players' welfare. And an incident like that there's much talk in football, isn't there, about concussion substitutes and whether they need to be introduced, and well, for me, live, this is the first time I've ever seen an incident of the like. Only thing that comes close to it, really, that I can remember is way back in, what, it must have been 2016, 17 perhaps. There was a game in a really tight venue, and a player was sent clattering into the wall, a brick wall, the side of the court. I was concerned then that there was much concern that he may have suffered a concussion injury. My mind kind of goes back to that, but fortunately on that occasion the player was okay. Different circumstances today, but it sadly seems as though Jordan Wildy's been on the receiving end of a nasty injury. For anybody just joining us, the game is currently being held. Over 10 minutes ago now, the East Riding goalkeeper Jordan Wildy suffered an injury which has led to this lengthy delay. And I think the good news is that you can see there Jordan Wildy has moved from the position in which he's been for the last 10 or so minutes. Sitting over on the far side, sitting on the benches, and seems to be in a little bit perhaps of a better state than he was to begin with. All concern is for the goalkeeper. I also remember an instance with a goalkeeper at St George's Park a couple of seasons back now, I think it was, in the finals weekend, where there was a lengthy stoppage as a goalkeeper was caught in a challenge that actually resulted in a red card and heavy bleeding to a goalkeeper's head. This is a different sort of situation. and seems to have some first aid blankets, perhaps there, Jordan Wildy as well, with the ice pack, is it, on the head as well. It's an incident to highlight the seriousness of concussions. And again, to reiterate once more, we wish Jordan Wildy, the East Riding goalkeeper, all the very best. Well, it's been over a quarter of an hour now since the incident with Jordan Wildy, the East Riding goalkeeper. We're going to leave you on the wide shot at the moment, the camera angle, and I'll be back with you if and hopefully when the game gets restarted. But of course, all concern and all attention should be with the East Riding goalkeeper who suffered that injury, the concussion injury, and is sitting over on the far side, just to the right of the pitch at the moment, after having been sick on the course. I'll see if the game restarts. Well, welcome back to the Repton Sports Centre, where it looks as though we are about to get back underway after a lengthy delay. It's been about 25 minutes now since East Riding goalkeeper Jordan Wildey suffered seemingly a concussion. And after a long stoppage, where of course the concern should have been and was for the East Riding goalkeeper, we will be able to restart. And we'll restart then with the drop ball after no foul was given. I've seen the incident back, and I'm not sure it's really a foul either, to be honest. It's just an unfortunate incident. And the players now will have to try to move that out of the forefront of their minds and get on with the game, as tough as that might be. The game was stopped with 9 minutes and 37 seconds played. And hopefully now we'll be able to play through to half-time without incident. Barton. Good save from the goalkeeper who's just come on there, Pat Richardson. Wouldn't have been expecting to come on in the first half. Not sure whether East Riding usually change their goalkeepers at half-time or not, as some teams do. But Pat Richardson certainly wouldn't have been expecting to come on at before half-time, I should say. As Kay there palms the ball away, and that's a brilliant stop to keep the second effort out. Great save from the Manchester goalkeeper. Quick reactions. Just the extension of that right leg, enough to prevent the ball from rippling into the back of his net. Just to reiterate for you that Jordan Wildey is at the moment sat on the spectators bench over on the far side, which is probably a better sign than where he was to begin with. And we'll give you any updates as and when we get them. But at the moment, I know nothing more than anybody else watching this, and the game goes on. So Mircea Bogdan with the ball across, and East Riding tried to work the shooting chance from that set play. Bounces through all the way out, and it's seen behind by Richardson. East Riding here in the attacking half. Ball is sent all the way across to James Harrison. And it's palmed behind by Kay. Couldn't take any chances that it wasn't going to drop awkwardly onto the crossbar, and who knows where it might have ended up from there. Taken short, the angle wasn't particularly favourable, but it's in at the second time of asking from Rhys Butterworth. And East Riding have returned to action strongly after that lengthy delay. And it's Butterworth who gets the all-important goal for them, 2-1. And the visiting team are now ahead. Well then, East Riding have turned this game around. Butterworth, the goal scorer, goes for goal again, and it's palmed away by Kay. Corner to be taken from the far side. Via the deflection, it goes out for another corner. Trickles through the penalty area. Position goes East Riding's way again. Not too far over from Bogdan, asking for the corner. I didn't think it was to begin with. Indeed, the referee's giving the goal clearance. Pressing high and pressing intensely there was Ronald Yurtskis, the number 11 for East Riding. Here's Kay. Giving it away there, though. It's over the goalkeeper, but over the bar as well. Really, it's been all East Riding since the restart. Leliendel felt that he may have just been clipped, but the referee didn't feel there was enough in there for a foul. Yerkstis leaving the ball behind there for Bogdan. Butterworth. Taken short by Harrison. Butterworth sees it. Sent back out for take two. Bogdan strikes for goal. Clear touch off Luna that time. I'm not sure the far side official actually saw that one, but it just goes to show how different angles can show different perspectives, because it was clear from our vantage point. It's another corner. It's a succession of set pieces here at the moment for East Riding. Butterworth. Blocked by De Silva. Ovechkin there, by the way, also watching on in the spectators stand behind the Manchester bench. There's Logan. Luna now. Mash in, good ball across, big chance for Manchester. Good save though from Richardson. Logan it was with the effort on goal. Good opportunity, good quality chance. Manchester unable to draw themselves back level. East Riding remain ahead. Have the goalkeeper to thank for that, though. Leliendel. Luna. Stayed in play there. Bogdan feeding the pass through to Butterworth. East Riding ball. Still a substantial period of time left in this first half after the lengthy stoppage. It's goal bound, and it's turned just over by Harrison. Really close in there, just couldn't quite sort his feet out in time. I don't think the East Riding number 8. Just needed to keep it down, got beneath it a little bit too much. Clark back on for East Riding. Scorer of their equalising goal. You can see Jordan Wildy there, the East Riding goalkeeper, who had to be replaced still, despite the circumstances, sitting in the stand there and supporting his team on. And East Riding now will want to go on to win this game for him. Manchester, though, will have to get on with the job. Here's Lampkin. Back to Lewis Lampkin again. Will be the kick in here for East Riding rather than the goal clearance. Right in the corner of the court. Clark losing out that time to Mashin. Now Barton. Back to Mashin. Williams. Lankin happy to play back and maintain possession there for Manchester. Williams sweeping it forward, but he's presented it here to Clark. Clark assessing his options, using Keane. Back to Clark it goes. He's riding in search of a goal to add themselves a cushion on the scoreboard. Williams under a bit of pressure from Keane there, and it's eventually put out of play by Barton. He took the safety first option of just resetting. And Manchester will now set up with everybody back to defend this set play. Clark, it's a more routine stop. The goalkeeper that time. Clark not quite able to find the intended pass. It's meant for Harrison. Just over the white line on the near side. Just running out of room. This is the final game of the weekend's action for you in the National Futsal Series. There's a bit of a break for most teams as well following this week. Barton, Richardson unable to prevent the corner, which East Riding will now have to defend. Can Manchester make it count? Back to Barton, not really a shooting chance from it in the end though. And Manchester will have to try to build again from here. Barton. Forward from Lindsay. Only coming back their way though, Manchester, through Skelton, and no fortune for East Riding in that regard. After initial communication, the Manchester goalkeeper is over on the far side as an in-possession option. Clark trying to cut off the pass to the goalkeeper. Long down court though, it was more direct in finding Lamkin. Didn't actually touch the ball in the end, I don't think, Lewis Lamkin, but it was certainly played into his path, just with too much pace behind it maybe. Manchester pleading with the officials for the foul. Wasn't given to them. Remember, it was East Riding who were, in a similar fashion, asking for the free kick to be given their way in the lead up to the first goal of the game, when Manchester went down the other end and took advantage on the counter-attack. And Manchester have for some time now, and that's playing time as well, not real time. So regardless of the suspension that we saw for about 25 minutes in the game, Manchester have been on 4 fouls for some time now as well, but kept that foul count down to just 4 after reaching that relatively early on in the game. Clark. Just over 5 minutes to go until half time. At the moment it's Manchester 1, East Riding 2, and as it stands, East Riding will be heading 3 points clear at the top of the table. Their search for a cushion at the top of the league. Trying to set something up here from this set piece as Edouard Perez takes up position on the near post. Clark more closely positioned to the second, indirectly in search of Clark, but it's not worked out how East Riding wanted, and in fact it could have proved to be more problematic than it actually were in the end. not a set piece that we usually see, perhaps. You could see what they were trying to do there, East Riding, but maybe needed more of a block on the man who eventually was in the way of the ball through. Skelton to take this time. Keane. One touch before getting the shot away, but it was quickly blocked by Barton. Barton with the option to the right here. It's Lamkin, but he was never found again. And Pat Richardson, who, yes, you're seeing that one right, does wear just the one glove, the East Riding goalkeeper. Let's believe it's for the means of distribution. Just feels more comfortable wearing the glove on his throwing arm from goal clearances and the like. Doesn't feel the need to wear it on the other, but I can't say I've ever seen any other futsal goalkeeper adopt that same tactic with one glove, but not on the other hand as well. Richardson just bouncing the ball back to the initial kicking taker. And it was just wayward of Perez. Leliendel. Away from the first challenge. Can he skip past the second? Yeah, he's still got it there. Leliendel, oh, and the deflection takes it in. Well, it's a cruel goal for East Riding to concede. I think it will go down as an own goal. It didn't seem to be on target to begin with, but after the touch from Keane Skelton, it certainly was. And I think that will be an own goal against Skelton's name. But much credit really must go to the work of Darnell Leliendel. And just striving through the middle of the course, working the shooting chance. And he'll feel that he gets his just rewards for that. Back level, 2 each now. East Riding's lead is evaporated. Snatched away from them. A cruel fashion as well. Luna scored the first goal. Across to De Silva. Now maybe it's Manchester with their tails up, going in search of a goal before half-time, which would move them ahead. You know how quickly the game can change. It's just behind Butterworth. Okay. Challenged well, clean tackle as well. Skelton has an option to the left, but it's really well defended by Fabrizio De Silva. And well, if you want the example of how to defend a 1v2 like that, well, there you are. De Silva trusting his goalkeeper, trying to force the shot at the near post. Ultimately cutting off the pass and winning the ball. New match ball needed, as that one, as you can see, stays in the netting. Deflection. Actually just took the pace off it though and took it into the path of the goalkeeper rather than away. Leliendel now, nice roll back from Luna, and Leliendel is denied by Richardson. Nice combination play between Leliendel and Luna for Manchester. Luna takes short there for Leliendel, with those two working as a pair again. Luna. Leliendel trying to feed it back to Luna once more. Luna winning the ball back again. It's just behind him. But it will be a Manchester ball. Mashing. Butterworth still with the ball, but was crowded out by a couple of Manchester defenders there. It's back to Butterworth now. Closed down by Lily Endel. Into a central area. It should be an East Riding kick in. Now the pressure reverts back to the Manchester goal. Clark looks likely to shoot, and does. Powerful strike from the left peg there of the East Riding number 7. Wonder if we'll see the same again. Luna being moved back to the little white marking there, which indicates 5 metres from the corner. Turned away by De Silva, and it needed to be. So many times you see defenders actually panic in those scenarios on the goal line and make a bit of a mess of things, but not that time for De Silva and Manchester. Prodded forward by Clark, but only through to Kay. Clark gets the shot away, but it was, I think, going wide anyway. Barton. De Silva has given that straight there to Butterworth, and Kate keeps it in the penalty area to ensure that no loose ends came about as a result of the initial stop. Luna. Options both sides here for Mateus Luna, but can't pick out either of them. Disappointing one that actually for Manchester, because they had players on rushing on both flanks. Barton's header. Here's Luna. Almost feels as though a goal is on the horizon, but will it come before half-time? Barton. Richardson with the stop. Lely Endel there as well. And Manchester aren't able to bundle it in. Will either team get their nose ahead before half-time? Clark. 35 seconds thereabouts to do so, if there is indeed to be a goal. Frustrated figure there, De Silva, as his teammate presented it straight back to Clark, but Manchester do have it now. Barton, the Manchester captain, back there to Lely Endel. Keane. Lely Endel using his strength well and to his advantage to see it back to the goalkeeper. Given away though, Butterworth. Still Butterworth! And Kay denies him once again. It's another save to add to the tally for the Manchester goalkeeper. Just had to react to that one. It wasn't perhaps the most difficult stop that he's had to make this evening, but needed keeping out, and so too that one, as Alex Keane smashed the shot in goal bound. 5.5 seconds, they'll need to get a shot away before the buzzer sounds. Clark up to Butterworth on the turn. De Silva trying to clear, Butterworth trying to bundle it in, and there the buzzer sounds. And indeed, despite the fact that it did feel as though a goal was coming, neither team able to get it before the break. So 2-2 at half-time between Manchester B and East Riding, after a first half which was clouded really by the injury to Jordan Wildey, the East Riding goalkeeper, who seemingly suffered a nasty concussion in an innocuous collision. But the goals in that first half coming, well, half of them either side of that delay. Mateus Luna with the opening goal, Danny Clark with the equaliser, Reese Butterworth put his riding back ahead, or ahead I should say, having turned the game around. And then Manchester, by the own goal, Keane Skelton, the unfortunate player, to turn into his own net for 2-2. So that's how we stand at half-time then. 2 each between Manchester B and East Riding. So for the final time today then, welcome back to the Repton Sports Centre for the, well, final half of action in the weekend's games in the National Futsal Series. 2-2 at half-time between Manchester B and East Riding. This game being brought to you from the Tier 2 North Division. East Riding already top of the table going into the game, but they'll see this as a missed opportunity if they don't pick up the 3 points. Of course, there's still a whole second half for them to go on and get them. But Manchester have very much made it difficult for them so far, having taken the lead, Manchester, and then finding an equalising goal, albeit a little bit fortunate, with the deflection off Keane Skelton to turn in for an own goal before half-time. So back underway at the start of this second half then. Clark firing it into a dangerous area.
Steady arms, please.
Harrison taking the kick in there for East Riding. Forward from Keane. Butterworth with his back to goal all the way across. Clark somehow controls. Fires wide at the opportunity on the turn, but it was a great control to begin with from the East Riding pivot. Barton. Out-muscled by Butterworth, but a bit overzealous in the nature of the challenge, says the referee. It's the first second half foul, and in fact that's the first foul that East Riding have actually committed in the game. Had the indirect infringement in the first half, which led to the indirect free kick for Manchester, but in terms of the foul on the count, it's the first. Asking for handball there with Manchester. Butterworth turns and shoots and fires high over the bar. It's dangerous though for Manchester if East Riding keep getting the ball into their pivot, whether that's Clark or Butterworth or whoever it may be. A little bit of sweat or moisture on the court, I think. First minute played of this second half then. Goalkeeper going short and Manchester trying to play out, but again under intense pressure as East Riding really going for it now, aren't they, with that high press up the court. Clark. Butterworth. Goalkeeper's ball. Before today, East Riding had won 7 of their 9 games but lost the other 2. Manchester B, on the other hand, with only 9 points, 3 wins from their 9 games played. But locked level at the moment. Yeah, look at the intensity of the pressure from East Riding, and it's contrasting really to how they started the game, but Manchester have played through them. It's a good save from Richardson, there to keep out Williams. And that sometimes is the downside of pressing so high up a full 40-metre court. If you are to be bypassed, it's then difficult to get back, and the opposition might get a shot away on goal like they did there. Williams leaves it on the line. The ball is moving though, and it has to be readjusted. It was readjusted and taken legally. Manchester call their set-piece routine. Down the line, and on the overlap was Lampkin. Said the angle was changed. Keane finding Clark. Clark then trying to return the ball back to Alex Keane, from who it came.
Take off the step, please, Ryan.
Harrison couldn't quite cut the ball back enough.
He's in control.
Manchester trying to change all 4 players there. Richard De Silva is just being held back for the moment, and Barton, I think, will make way for him at the next available juncture. Clark allows the ball to roll into his path, travel across his body there. Leliendal maybe blocked off there, but the referee feeling there wasn't enough in it for a foul. Keane. Here's Barton for Manchester, palmed away by Richardson. Butterworth with it now. Travelling a long way too. Okay, with the reaction stop because that was fired in quickly. Again, the outstretched leg doing the job. The Manchester shot stopper. Clark. Will be a corner. Another opportunity for East Riding to look to get a shot away at goal. They do again. Leliendal's in the way of it that time. Sent straight in there, but again, another corner. Clark changing the angle, and it's Alex Keane. Always swerving away though, just cut across the ball too much. Certainly had Manchester penned in there though, didn't they?
No foul, no foul.
For the time being, East Riding with those corners. Harrison trying to sneak away, but the ball ran away. Logan into De Silva. Across to Luna. De Silva again, just look at the intensity and tempo of the East Riding press. But Leliendal breaks free of that. It's a good challenge from Butterworth. It's a necessary tackle as well, because otherwise Leliendal may have been away. De Silva just sold that slightly short, and Clark was there to pounce. Still Danny Clark. Taken away from him now though. Luna allowed to carry on to Luna. And the deflection off Skelton. Must have been a little bit worried when it deflected off him again, as it did for the Manchester equalising goal, but that time the right side of the post from East Riding's defensive point of view. De Silva. It's been well matched, this game. Ebbs and flows across the course of what we've seen so far, of course, and that will most likely continue. There really hasn't been too much between the teams in way of performance, and nothing between them on the scoreboard. Luna. Good tackle from Yerkstis. Another shot on goal, palmed away though by Richardson. I think the referee stopped the game with the ball in play, so needs to drop it back to the goalkeeper. And we're good to go again. Silva trying to think quickly and execute the kick in quickly. Skelton. Now Keane. Liliendal charging forward, wanted it played into his path, but Luna felt it was necessary to turn back and keep the ball. Liliendal, options to the left, is a good one as well with Luna, and it's just wide. Mateus Luna couldn't have come much closer, really. Big chance comes and goes for Manchester. They'll certainly feel that they're on top in the game now. East Riding fortunate to still be level after that chance. An orthodox throw out from Richardson, underarm. Didn't work out the way he wanted. Luna goes for a bit of invention on the skill. Masaya Bogdan just being moved back by the referee. There's De Silva to Liliendal. De Silva moving across laterally from the near side to far. Bogdan winning it back. Bogdan forcing the save from the goalkeeper, but wasn't a particularly difficult one for Gay. Richardson looked a little bit uncomfortable as it was quickly sent back his way. And two Manchester players both adamant that that should be their ball. The referee felt otherwise. Again, it's an underarm throw out. No foul on Yerkstis. I think we heard the message from the referee, Matt Bruffel, there. De Silva. Here's Luna. 2v1 chance here perhaps for East Riding. Can they play it back across? It's just not cooked quite back into the path of Skelton. Kay again comes out on top. Thought there may have been a foul in there as well, but no advantage was given. Just the game was allowed to flow. And that one sent far too high from the right foot of Masaya Bogdan. You could probably have put a goal on top of the goal and that one still wouldn't have gone in. Left on the line for Bogdan. Oh, it's against the post from Rinels Yertskis. Managed to work the shooting chance. Got the ball onto his favoured right foot. Denied only by the woodwork though. Too much pace on that one for Butterworth to collect. And it's still, as we were at half-time, 2-2, but both teams have had chances to score in this second half. Skelton on the turn again, fires it into the penalty area. Goalkeeper Kay does well again. We've said that plenty of times today, and in weeks gone by. He's a very astute goalkeeper. James Kay in the Manchester net. Bogdan. Clark. Back to Bogdan. I think you can tell from the expression on and the reaction from Masaya Bogdan, the expression on his face, that kind of like, how many chances do East Riding need in this succession to finally find the net? Clark. When will the goal come for East Riding, or indeed will it come for them? Because it was only, what, 5 minutes ago that Manchester were seemingly on top and pushing for the game's next goal. Here's Clark. Butterworth, well blocked by Barton. Man with the armband on for Manchester. Butterworth. Cannoned into Clark. Don't think he was expecting it. And Manchester tried to spring a counter-attack for themselves. East Riding will go back down the other way. Clark. Too far ahead of Butterworth, and just that final pass, that final piece of quality to either create the opportunity or to put it away, just lacking at the moment. It felt as though a goal was coming before half-time, didn't it? I think I mentioned that point just before the interval. I'd say the same again now. Feels as though a goal is on the horizon. Clark fouled that time. Lindsay with two hands in the back of the East Riding pivot. It was Butterworth, I beg your pardon, not Clark, who was the man fouled there. And just look at how good a position this is for the free kick to follow. East Riding, who have already made one set piece, a free kick from a very similar position to this count today. They've got a different setup from this set play as Butterworth stands behind it. Butterworth goes for goal and it's against the bar. Pure power was opted for, and East Riding can't come much closer. Just waiting for the ball to be retrieved on the far side before East Riding do take this kick in, but well, you wonder how many more opportunities they'll need. Good save again from Kate. Might have just been sneaking in at that near post too. Skelton back for Danny Clark. And there is the goal that East Riding were looking for. And it's the number 7, Danny Clark, with his second of the game. And finally, well, they get the goal. Chance after chance for them, save after save for James Kay in the Manchester goal. And finally, East Riding do find the back of the net, and there's a bit of a concern here for Reece Butterworth, who I think was maybe just, did he take a nick off Butterworth on the way through, perhaps? It might even go down as a Butterworth goal, you know, but Clark was definitely the man who sent it goal bound. Dave Lawsey just asking the question as to whether he could come onto the court there to see to Butterworth, but I think Butterworth declined the offer of a physio trainer, so to speak, from the touchline. And well, the all-important factor now is that East Riding lead in this game. And the yellow card is out of the pocket of the referee at Bruffle. It's shown to Butterworth. It has just felt as though in the last 5 or so minutes I don't quite know how to put it, the intensity level of the game, maybe the overall feel of that side of things has just risen a little bit. Yeah, the intensity meter of it. East Riding ultimately become the first team to have a player cautioned, as Butterworth is shown yellow there. I think it was more for the reaction, kicking the ball away as Clark goes for the lob over the goalkeeper. Oh, that would have been some goal. Had the goalkeeper beaten, just the wrong side of the post. De Silva. Challenge that time from Butterworth, who needed to time it right. De Silva short on the line and, well, cleared away then by Bogdan. Manchester, I'm sure, will continue to press for a goal and probe in their attacking efforts, but not with a set piece like that. There's a long time left yet. Again, it's that underarm throw out from Richardson. De Silva. Ball back across from the cutback as Lewis Lampkin tried to find a teammate in the middle. Here's Clark. Back across the face of goal, and arriving just a second too late was Harrison. Nearly worked to perfection for East Riding. Lampkin back to De Silva. Possible foul, referee says no, or at least to begin with. And Bogdan is not happy. Bogdan is cautioned. And needs to be careful if he continues to complain to the referee there as well. He doesn't get a second caution as well. Just needs to calm down. The East Riding captain. I think it was a foul to begin with the push from the East Riding skipper. Moves the visitors onto 4 fouls as well in this second half. We'll see if they can deal with that 4 foul count, as well as Manchester did in the first half in restricting the fouls then committed. I don't think they actually reached 5, did they actually, in the first half, Manchester, despite the time that was left on the clock when they got to 4. Leliendl. Challenged well by Keane, and the advantage played here in favour of East Riding this time. Skelton, though, just running out of room. And that accumulated foul now added to the count. Luna.
What an asshole.
Still, just look at the intensity of the East Riding pressure. Was that a little bit too intense? The referee was happy with the tackle. Thought it may have been a foul. Keane then with a rushed effort, but Keane is in here and scores that time. It's another goal and another one for East Riding. Alex Keane, the man to get it. 2 chances in quick succession for him, and made no mistake out the second time of asking. Manchester 2, East Riding 4. And for the first time in the game, there's a little bit of breathing room between the teams. East Riding 2 goals to the good. Great finish as well, wasn't it, from East Riding number 3. On the end of that parallel pass as well. He might be it again here, Keane. The decision is goal clearance. It dwindles out to its conclusion that time. Skelton, long up to Harrison, who's stayed down here. Harrison, he's off the court, but the game will be stopped, and rightly so. Maybe just caught in the challenge. Lindsay just helping him back to his feet. And Dave Lawty's come a long way from his technical area there. Understandable in his concern for his player, but well, really should stay in the technical area by the letter of the law. Yeah, foul given for the coming together there between the two number 4s, Logan on Skelton. Yerkstis. Up to Clark. He's turning away again. If he does that much more, he'll be dizzy. Danny Clark seemingly always turning away from the Manchester defender behind him. Keane. Up to Clark again. Goes to ground. Now, I didn't think that one was a foul. So the referee on the far side, Andy Monker, who's given the decision. Definitely winded there, Danny Clark. The heavy landing. Just being told to take his time getting back to his feet as well. Moves Manchester onto 4 fouls. So both teams on 4 fouls. Again, no benefit of a replay, but the Manchester bench and players certainly didn't think it was a foul. Clark definitely did. Ultimately, they do get the free kick. Clark plays the pass that time and provides the assist for Cian Skelton. It's the second free kick that East Riding have scored from today. And 5 times now they've found the back of the net. 5-2. Skelton, the unfortunate man to turn past his own goalkeeper in the first half. Scores for the right side from his point of view in this second period. 5-2 now. And it feels like a long way back for Manchester from this point. East Riding now well on their way to moving clear at the top of the table. Okay, rolls it short for Williams. Logan back to Williams. Barton. No foul committed, sensibly, as there wasn't any need to. Skelton, the latest goal scorer, is off for his latest rest break to be replaced. Yeah, that one was a foul, which does move East Riding onto 5 fouls now. Just a little bit frustrated, perhaps, there, Edouard Perez, that he, well, lost the ball to begin with, and then in the aftermath conceded that free kick. So no room for any further infringements by way of direct fouls for East Riding. Still in play, Yerkstis back there for Perez. Trying to make the most of a rebound off the goalkeeper. Now Barton. Yerkstis sets that one back for Keane. Manchester breakaway, it's 2v1. De Silva goes alone and didn't need the offer of Leliendo to the left, because how about that for a finish from Fabrizio De Silva, who brings Manchester back within 2. No mistake in front of goal, and with East Riding on 5 fouls as well, still 7 minutes left, Manchester might feel that they have a route back into this. Leliendo pressing high. East Riding have got themselves in a little bit of trouble. Here's Luna now. Suddenly Manchester sensing the chance to really increase the difficulty of this game for East Riding. I said the visitors were well on their way to opening up a gap at the top of the table, but they've still got work to do. as it's turned away by Richardson, who might be the man with a lot of work to do if Manchester are able to test him more before time is up. Here's De Silva off the back of that tremendous strike. He just played off his own teammate there, was with the clearance away from Keane. It came off Yerkstis last. Leliendl asking for support in the press. Else he's going to be chasing the ball across the court there. De Silva. Across to Kay. Now Leliendl.
Bang on the halfway, yeah. Lovely, thank you.
Keane getting the kick in again there. Yerkstis just wayward of Clark. Luna. He's riding breakaway here. It did take a touch on its way through again, not quite into the path of Butterworth as Yerkstis got the shot away. Set pieces have been a difference maker today for East Riding. And they've got another, again working the narrow angle, but it's worked for them really with the goals that they've scored from them, albeit not from corners really, but they've had chances to score from those corners taken short like that. Leliendl. Just over 5.5 minutes left to play. Manchester 3, East Riding 5 in this Tier 2 North game to round off the weekend's coverage of the National Futsal Series as Leliendl is the man to shoot again. Clark away from Luna and forcing the save from Kay. Another save from Kay in the Manchester goal. Again, it's taken short. Butterworth over the bar. One more East Riding goal would now surely kill the game, because there's really little time left for Manchester to come back from 3 goals if it were that, but at 2 goals down they'll feel they're still in the game here. Matthew Barton, the captain for Manchester, back on. Here he is. Leliendl now, weaving a route through, and it just trickled away from him. Richardson taking his time over going to get the ball. The clock stopped, of course, but it just gives East Riding a moment's respite. Last touch off De Silva. There it is, an East Riding ball. I think maybe Leliendl just trying to deceive the referee. Butterworth. De Silva unsuccessful in trying to bypass Alex Keane. Luna. Clark does well defensively. Silver desperately trying to get out of the way of the clearance to ensure there was no deflection. "15 goals in the first game today, 9 goals in the second game. We've had 8 of them here so far, and well, Danny Clark can't believe the decision to give the free kick, and it will, of course, be the 10-metre penalty. And perhaps that's the reason why he is so frustrated with that call. Well, the decision's not going to change, and he might talk himself into a yellow card if he's not careful as well here, Clark. But Manchester will have the chance from 10 metres after the call there to award the foul and the 10-metre penalty to follow, to bring this game back within just the 1 goal. I have to say, I thought it was a foul to begin with. It didn't seem as though there was too much contact on the Manchester player, but there was definite contact. And I think it was enough. Again, I'd love to see it back for a replay, but the chance here falls into the responsibility of Darnell Leliendl for Manchester to continue the comeback. And Leliendl does so. 5-4, and we still have 4 minutes to play. Good penalty. Never as easy as they look from 10 metres. But Leliendl takes advantage. And there's just the 1 goal in it now. Barton. Realistically as well, Manchester B are going to be mid-table come the end of the season. But for East Riding, the difference between a win and a draw here could ultimately prove to be the difference between promotion or not come the end of the season. Who knows? They will feel that it's crucial that they win this game. They are winning this game. But Manchester have scored the last 2 goals and are really applying the pressure now on East Riding psychologically as well as anything else. It's nervy times now for East Riding. Leliendl. Back to Leliendl again. Clark ensuring that time that there's no foul. Clark there replaced after his latest stint on court. 3 minutes and 26 seconds to go as Dave Lawty is being spoken to, the East Riding coach. Not sure exactly what that was about, but East Riding get us going again. Really important minutes ahead here, perhaps in the season of East Riding. Those who are on the tails of them at the top of the table will be hoping that Manchester do them a favour, but, well, there you go. East Riding respond, and Cian Skelton, when East Riding badly needed a goal, has come up with one for them. 6-4, back 2 goals ahead, and they'll feel much more comfortable now. An own goal and 2 goals at the right end for Cian Skelton today. Ball all the way across, and it was very nearly an immediate response down the other end. So 6-4 then to East Riding with 3 minutes and 5 seconds to play. Butterworth. Foul given for the challenge just outside the penalty area. Not much space really for a free kick to be given in that area of the court, between the penalty area and the corner of the court, but that's where the foul was committed. Moves Manchester on to 5 fouls now as well, but 6-4 to East Riding is the all-important score. And we're into the final 3 minutes. It's basically a corner, this. But it interests me how they've set up completely different to how they've been setting up for the corner. Well, both teams. Offensively and defensively, they seem to change completely. And, well, the only thing that really changed is that it was, what, a metre inside, but I don't think you were going to score from there. So, yeah, interesting how that setup changed from both perspectives. Up here to Harrison. Bogdan able to get to it and wins the kick in. 2 minutes 20 to play. Apologies for the loss of the graphics at the moment, but it's Manchester 4, East Riding 6 is the score, and East Riding looking to add to that. They weren't far away from doing so, as Butterworth again coming close. Last time out last week with both Manchester's first team and their B team live on the National Futsal Series YouTube, it was, well, exactly this outcome. Their first team getting the job done. Ultimately their B team not, and losing out to Bolton in that double header. Today, Manchester's first team well and truly got the job done, and their B team are losing out here. It's the same story for them. 2 minutes to play, 2 minutes of the ball being in play for East Riding to see this through to the final buzzer. And there's another one. It's another goal. And it's Cian Skelton again for East Riding, who's come up with a hat-trick now. And at really important moments as well. Surely now that will be the 3 points confirmed, and East Riding will be moving clear at the top of the table. Skelton congratulated by his teammates, and I think more so thanked as well for the goals that he has today provided. 7-4 now. Wide of the near post that time, but it could have been so different at this juncture now after the two Manchester goals to bring it back to 5-4 as it were at the time. Leliendal. Richardson with the save, relatively routine though. And it is now just a case of what will be the final scoreline, because East Riding have done enough to get over the line here. Skelton twisting, turning. De Silva just pulled out of the challenge at the last second, at the most important moment. De Silva, both teams on 5 fouls, remember. And East Riding are through again here. It's Alex Keane. And another save for James Kay. I'm sure you could make a compilation of saves from the Manchester goalkeeper, but ultimately he's going to be on the wrong side of the scoreline, and by that token you would say that East Riding deserve their win, because they've created so many chances and forced so many saves from the Manchester keeper. But it's certainly not been one-sided, and Manchester have definitely had their moments as well as we move into the final minutes. Leliendal drilling that one in. Referee's trying to play an advantage. I'm not sure why he's trying to play an advantage, because it's a 10-metre penalty. And I just wonder whether that would have been given as a 10-metre penalty if the referee had in his mind that there were on 5 fouls there. I mean, in the laws of the game, it's no difference whether it's a foul for a free kick in your own half of the court or a foul for a 10-metre penalty, as it is here. But I don't know, I just feel as though maybe a little bit more leniency might have been given Manchester's way there if referee Matt Bruffel, and maybe only he will know, but if he'd have been kind of aware at that moment, that split second, of calling advantage to the fact that it was going to be a 10-metre penalty, whether it would have been given. But it's another chance, and it's wasted anyway. It's blazed high and wide from Rhys Butterworth, and maybe the referee will be a little bit thankful that one didn't end up in the net, and Manchester can't have any complaints about it ultimately as a result. But it's all about the scoreline rather than the result now. No foul in there that time. Butterworth, having just missed there, is denied by the goalkeeper, and the ricochet back off him means that it's a couple of chances gone begging now for Rhys Butterworth in the space of just about 30 seconds. Letty Endell, 10 seconds. Barton forces the save, palmed away. Letty Endell sees it blocked, and there's a final 4 seconds to be played out. East Riding win the ball back and go for the long-range strike. It goes wide, but anyway, there is the final buzzer. It draws to a conclusion this long drawn-out contest, and East Riding move clear at the top of the NFS Tier 2 North. 7-4 is the full-time score. It's exactly the same scoreline that they beat Manchester by when these two teams met at the home of East Riding earlier this season. They've done the job again. East Riding with the 3 points to take back with them, and Keane Skelton with a hat-trick to take back with him after an own goal actually in the first half as well. But Skelton with big goals when his team needed them, and really a large part of the reason as to why East Riding have got over the line there. Good at set pieces as well, they were today. East Riding also brought about goals at important times. We, of course, wish Jordan Wildy, the East Riding goalkeeper, all the best after a lengthy delay caused the game to be suspended for a period of around 25-30 minutes in the first half. But East Riding got back to the job and got the job done with a 7-4 win. It has finished here at the Repton Sports Centre. The final score today, after Manchester won 14-1 against York this morning, Bloomsbury beat Derby 7-2 in the game which followed, and it's finished here in the final encounter. The final score is Manchester B 4, East Riding 7.